Are we live on the PA too?
I haven't ticked it on, but it's all ready to go.
Should we do do we have the national anthem pre-recorded?
I do not.
No. We did it yesterday.
Yeah, but nobody paid attention yesterday.
No, at one point I think people did.
Ready to talk?
Yeah, all right.
Check.
Ooh, that's psychedelic, man.
I'll sing it.
Can you sing?
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Check over here. I don't know which one's mic 1, which one's mic 2. The banding at each end is different.
Clipping hard.
Are we too much
Check.
on the mic? Okay, here's check. Checking the microphone system. This is a check of the United States stand-up paddle. No, stand-up paddle.
I'm going to say 3 just because it's more than 2.
4, 5, 6. Checking.
Although check 1
check
gives
of the
you the
USA
bass,
SUP microphone
and check
system.
2 gives you the treble.
This is a check of the USA SUP microphone system. Checking. Testing 1, 2, 3. Checking. Beautiful day out here in Long Beach, California. Harrison, wind is going to be a factor in these early heats a little bit. These left-hand turns going to catch the nose.
Yeah, a little breezy here this morning. That wind is coming straight down the beach. Looking at some of the flags here on the houses nearby.
Yeah, and it is in the water. You can see the texture. Although it looks like it's protected down there, actually. When you look at where the turns are, the first turn does not look like the water is really getting affected that much.
First and third turns seem to be sheltered somewhat.
Not sure how that's working. Either that or there's just a current over there that's moving with the water. We're going to find out. Racers are on the course testing that first turn. That's going to be a strong side turn for most of them.
So we're just about 13 minutes from start here. Mood on the beach seems mellow this morning.
It is. Well, people are tired, man.
Yeah,
it's a lot of
after 2
racing. I
days of
mean,
racing.
you've been doing it. You halved it yesterday. You went 5K yesterday, but that was still a lot.
5K, 10K, when you're going all out for any amount of time.
That's a
there's
good
certain
point.
amount
Yeah.
of fatigue.
Yeah, you empty the tank either way, right?
Right.
All right, drone's going up. We should be playing Ride of the Valkyries when that thing launches. Just
Dum da dum 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 da dum 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 da dum 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 da dum.
here. I know what we'll do. Hang on. Spotify.
Ladies and gentlemen on the beach, let's take a pause for our national anthem. We are the USA SUP National Championship. There's a nice big flag here down the beach towards the broadcast booth, hanging off the front of a house.
Here. All right.
Play ball. Let's go racing.
Well, beautiful morning. Great day on the water again. Tech producer Levi, are we up live?
We are live.
We are live. All right. Streaming 10 minutes prior. That's great. We got about 10 minutes, Harrison. And
That's
then
awesome.
we are into the tech heats. What are you looking for today?
Looking for close racing. Well, let's face it. It's a fall every once in a while wouldn't be bad to see. It makes me feel like more of a human myself.
That's
as
right.
long as it's not me, right?
That'll also make you feel pretty human. So interesting note about this course. It's a great classic tech course, M-shaped course. Racers will go out and we'll once we rather than describe it in excruciating detail, we'll narrate along with our first heats. But essentially, it's a straightaway, a beach start, so a running start into the water. We had some volunteers doing great work this morning, raking up some of the seaweed. They head, I don't know what I'd call that, probably about 100 yards, 120 yards maybe out to the first turn, about a football field away.
Yeah, about a little more than a football field,
Yep.
I'd say.
Then they make a 180 turn, come into this buoy that's right off of your right shoulder, my left shoulder, and it's essentially like another close to 180 degree turn, and out to complete the M. And then from the bottom of the M, it's like a reverse cursive, where they will make a right shoulder turn and head out to a buoy with a little straightaway before making another 180 degree left shoulder turn, and it's a straightaway finish with the wind at their back.
I'll tell you what, that last straightaway with the 180 turn on the end, we might get to test your theory about throwing a turn in on a sprint race, because that buoy's a little ways down the beach. That's going to be a healthy sprint back to the start-finish line.
Yeah, that is. It's an 800-meter race course, and with some pretty long legs. So this is not one of those things where you have no chance if you get locked out at the first buoy. I think that there's going to be plenty of opportunities for lead changes. We'll see how that plays out. But there's some significant distance between each one of these buoys, enough that someone who's got a lot of power can overcome or overtake someone in front of them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Plenty of places to pass here on this race course. Some paddlers will be able to take more full advantage than others, but should be some exciting racing.
A couple of our competitors that we've had out here for the sprint in the same venue on Friday have headed off to Thailand. So no Seychelles, no Bodhi. And so we've got a couple of open opportunities for some potential dark horses, I think, to slip in both the men's and the women's open divisions.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think my eyes are on Jake Graham. I think Jake Graham will do really well there.
Yeah, he hears no pressure, Jake, but our eyes are on you. He set the course. It has to be to his liking. Big thanks to Jake, though. This really is a great course. Had a great course yesterday. All the racers who sat down after the race to talk with us, Harrison, did that 10K. Really appreciated it. Had a little bit of everything, and we saw that. And of course, we saw that great showdown with Bodie and Danny, and we see Oliver Martinez, one of our young guns, practicing his beach starts. This is not, beach starts, Harrison. I don't know about you. You guys have sandy beaches in the lakes and in the Midwest, but for us in the Pacific Northwest, we do not get a lot of chances to practice beach starts. It's just rocky shore just about everywhere.
Well, in the Midwest, half of our races are on inland lakes, which
Yep.
may or may not have beaches. The ones that are on Lake Michigan, certainly on the Michigan side, it's very sandy, but
Yep.
on the Wisconsin side, it's rocky. So depending on where those races are, of course, the Chicago area is man-made sandy.
Right.
So,
It still counts. Sand is sand.
yeah, so we have a little bit of both in the Midwest. Some
Yep.
beach starts, some water starts.
Yep. Watching Dave Bainey take off practicing his beach start. He's a really proficient beach start. Some of these folks are showing off here.
Yeah.
Well, it's I think with these sprint races, it's interesting with the prevalence of dugout boards. You really have to kind of get over the edge of that, and I found that paddling a dugout myself, it's a little harder to do a beach start for me on a dugout versus a flatter board.
Yep.
It'd be interesting to see if the advantages of a flatter board pay off.
Yeah,
something like
and we
this.
see all kinds of different boards. It looks like Dave is on a dugout. I see another Infinity right there, flat deck, and it really is all rider preference. A lot of I notice a lot of the paddlers here in Southern California, possibly surf backgrounds, just prefer to have that flat deck. It's a little bit more comfortable feeling, whereas A lot of folks have moved to a dugout. Feels a little bit more stable underfoot as you're on the water. But as you say, the trade-off, of course, is in a beach start, or even more critically, if you fall on a buoy, clambering back into one of those under duress is not easy. Soren's walking by us with her RS, and that is not a very recessed deck. I'm really looking forward to this. I think these beach starts are going to be provide plenty of entertainment. That far buoy is going to provide plenty of entertainment, and I think having this this turn the way Jake has set the course right off here. Oh, and by the way, this turn, and you'll see it later in the broadcast. But Harrison and I are sitting probably 50 feet from it's turn number 2, buoy number 2. It's also the finish line. So we were, for the sprint, slightly disadvantaged because we were sitting, about 20 meters off of the finish line, and it was really difficult to tell. I mean, the racing was so close, it was really difficult to tell who's going to win. And right now we're sitting, we're looking right down the line at the finish line. So this will be a lot of fun for us to be able to call the race home.
Yeah, it should be we have a much better vantage point. We should see some close finishes and should be able to call those close finishes.
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to pull up the heat list.
I should probably go grab my phone and do
on the
same
phone.
thing.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Moment of silence while
I'll
we
be right back.
pull that up. For folks logged in and listening at home, there is a live heats link you can follow along with. I think you can.
They're about to start.
Oh yeah, we're getting ready to start here. So we're going to quiet down because we're being broadcast on the beach. We don't want to compete with the start line. Race director giving directions.
Should I mute the PA?
No. It's all right. Okay, Harrison. So we're starting off with some fun stuff. First heat: Bo Widener, Dennis Gibson, Jeremy Kaluko, Phil Van Hoy, Dave Bainey, Oliver Martinez, and Jake Graham.
Open men. Should be some of our fastest racing.
This is great. Real mix of experience and youth out here with Oliver. I think is our youngest male competitor anyways. Yeah, and this is tension's palpable on the beach this morning. Tech races, everyone knows there's a bit of luck that mixed in with the skill and athleticism. So the competitors are certainly hoping for the best and knowing that they prepare themselves.
Adam, quick to point out, one of the guys in this heat is on an inflatable. This type of racing is for everyone with every kind of equipment. We'll have to see how he does out there, but guaranteed he'll have fun.
Yeah, he's guaranteed fun, and that is the point. Just to be able to line up with some of these guys, Dave, Jake, really strong paddlers. Okay, we got a 1-minute warning from the race director. Guys are boards up. Great shot from the drone. You can see them. They're going to be charging towards you. Again, once they launch off the line, it'll be something a little bit over 100 meters. Out to the first turn, a left-hand turn. The wind seems to have died off a little bit. I don't think it's going to be a factor. And they're off. All right. Really nice. Everyone gets up clean. It looks like Dave may have just about a nose, but this is going to be a long distance, a long drag out. Outside lane, I think that's Jake Graham. Looks like he's got, just about a half a board on Dave. Plenty of distance for this to change, though.
think that's our young man Oliver taking a very wide line to the.
Yeah, this is going to make for an
first
easier
buoy.
left-hand turn for him. And if there's any carnage, it's sometimes to your benefit to be a little bit outside of said carnage. All right, approaching the buoy here. That looks like Jake in front. Nice clean turn by Jake. Dave right on his tail.
Oh, this should be exciting, them coming into this second buoy right in front of us.
That's right. Really well managed turn by the whole crew there. Excellent job. Nice and clean. And now, you know, you've made that first really long run. The adrenaline from that first turn, heart rate. Now it's time to try to settle in. You got the rest of the course to go, about another, from where they are now, 600 or so meters.
Jake appears to be pulling away.
Yeah, he looks
clean
really,
water.
really settled in, nice and relaxed coming into this turn, probably trying to bring his heart rate down. Another big step back turn, right shoulder turn, makes it with his backside. I don't know if that's his weak side, but it didn't look like it. Dave, same thing, really excellent technical skill there, as you would expect on a technical course.
Wow, we're seeing a lot of sportsmanship around these turns. People are staying off each other's tails.
And a great view of different techniques, stepping back, using crossbow, going backside. Here's Oliver, really nice backside turn. All right, and our inflatable, I mean, making a really good show of it.
Yeah,
All
he's,
right.
he's
Jake leading out to buoy number 3 now. Dave's still on his heels, and you have to wonder if Dave's plan now is to maybe just pressure Jake a little bit around these turns, although Jake is making a very nice turn. Dave is as well. Jake went backside on that, I believe, too. Dave kind of doing that hybrid frontside turn. And once again, you can kind of tell, it looks like Jake is sort of after the turn, trying to pull his heart rate down, taking it easy. Of course, the first two don't need to press that hard. They know they'll move on to the next heat. The race is really at the back end for a lot of these guys to continue to progress, but I suspect that we probably have some sort of détente with Dave and Jake, happy to not burn themselves up in the very first heat of the day. Neither one is really pressing.
Jake and Dave both opting for a foot steer turn around buoy number 4, which is really more of a kink in the course than a hard turn.
It just sets them up for the straightaway to the final turn. And this is what we're talking about. It's that sort of long serif to the M. They'll come out, make a left shoulder turn on this buoy, and then it's the long drag back to the finish line, which is just off our shoulders here. To my left, Harrison's right.
Looks like Dennis Gibson holding down the 3rd spot.
They hit the orange and come in.
Nope. They'll hit the orange buoy just right off of us and just paddle through. It is a water finish here. So beach start, water finish for these heats.
And Jake has rounded the final buoy and is on the home stretch.
Really cool overhead shot of his turn, and you can see Jake coming on in.
Dave has now joined him.
Yep. And since this heat has started, the wind has almost completely died off, which is probably a good thing for our races today. And here comes Jake down the home stretch. Dave deciding to ease up behind him. Hey, Harrison, for the first heat of the day, that was pretty well run by all the guys on the course.
Oh, very clean. Very clean. On-time start for the day. Always a challenge with an event of this size to keep things running and running smoothly on time. It's really a credit to the race crew here. They're doing a fantastic job throughout these 3 days.
Yeah, and here comes Jake, and you'll see this is our view from the finish line to see crosses. We'll have a really great view of the finishes. Congrats to Jake Graham for taking that first heat. Here comes Dave Bainey. You guys are able to pull this off without expending too much energy. They'll have plenty left in the tank for the remainder of the day. Nice job, Dave.
I believe that's Dennis Gibson, 3rd.
All right, and here comes Dennis Gibson, 3rd place, moseying across the line. And I think this is Bo Widener. Bo coming in 4th.
So our youngest competitor, Tim Oliver, is making his way.
No, Oliver Martinez.
Oh.
But I get why you're used to Tim Oliver in your
the
neck of the woods.
Canadian.
Yeah, it's an
Great,
Oliver
yeah.
one way or the other.
also rides a starboard.
Really
so,
great job, though. It's
yeah.
fun to watch him navigate this course. Great turns from Oliver Martinez. Great turns from the whole crew, but youngsters have a way of just being able to leap around their board that's fun to watch. Excellent job by Oliver. And then, hey, Jeremy Kluko, excellent job on just hanging in there on that inflatable, making that hollow board go. Excellent job by all the competitors. Great first heat, great start to the day, Harrison.
Wish we had telemetry on some of these guys so we could tell what their heart rates were doing.
Well, I mean, it was a lot of fun to watch that first sprint into the first buoy, and you could just tell certainly Jake gathered himself for at least a few strokes, headed down this stretch towards number 2.
We're getting queued up for Men's Open Heat 2.
Yep, all right, so race director Robert Housen lining everyone up. There are lane assignments, so they've been assigned to lanes. This is not pick your own lane. He's getting them squared away. So our racers are Paul Pianowski, anchor Sam Tene, Jeremy Nicholson, Danny Ching. Bodie is not racing this one. He's listed on the heat. That would have been fun to see him in this one. He is off to Thailand. Ethan Huff and Troy Hendricks. There are no easy heats. And for Jeremy, this is a beach start. I believe Jeremy's from Iowa. And so probably not tons of beach starts in Iowa. He gets a crack at one here, though. Harrison, it's tough to sit on the beach waiting for your the gun to go, so to speak.
Yeah, I've done these tech race like this kind of one time. I've done a sprint race that was a beach start one time, and yeah, it's sitting on the beach with just 3 or 4 other guys, most of which it's a nervous time.
Yeah, it is. And what's fun about a weekend like this is that we're now on day 3. Most of the folks have gotten a chance to meet each other, hang out with each other, watch each other race. You have a sense of what the competitors can do. Obviously, if you're sitting here and you've got, Danny to your left or right, you certainly know what he can do. But there's some really strong paddlers out here with him. And it's just fun to be able to line up with people even watching on various social media, whether it's been training, racing, etc., to get a sense of how that translates to in real life.
There are definitely some distinct phases of anxiety on this. It starts with standing next to your board with the board flat.
Yeah.
And then eventually the board makes it up onto its side and leaning
Yeah.
against your calf.
Yeah.
And then the pickup.
The pickup and
then
yeah,
the flatten
well,
out.
the start is just a release of all that tension, right? It's you've been mucking around, making sure your paddles and feels the right way in your hand. All these little things, because the beach start is tenuous, and if you blow it, you're kind of done.
Again, this is a different kind of tech race. We're not determining the winner here by the first buoy. So
It is. All right. The men have been instructed to toe the line.
we're in stage 3 of anxiety right now.
All right, ready,
Stage
sign.
4.
And they're off. Good start by all. Danny's out in front, really hammering.
One competitor I saw caught his fin on the sand. Happens when you put the board down just a a moment too soon.
Yeah, that's Encore. He's a relatively new racer, but doing a great job. I mean, just for him to be able to toe the line with this crew, a ton of fun, and he's sort of steadied himself out, and now his stroke looks really good. Danny's the first to the buoy, somewhat predictably followed by Paul, and then Ethan. Danny making a backside turn, most efficient turn.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Ethan was able to pull into second. He's making that front side turn, not quite as efficient. You can see Danny's going to pull away from him here. Paul, same thing. It's going to be a pretty fun race to watch for number 2. Paul's got a lot of power. Ethan, we talked about this before, but he's really documented a ton of training that he's been doing, and it's clearly paying off. We're seeing some impressive stuff from him this week.
Clearer lead here than we saw in the first heat with Danny kind of pulling away.
Yeah, Danny's relaxed into a nice steady stroke.
We've still got a long ways to go. Let's see if second or third place
see, now Danny opts for a toe side cross bow turn. Nice and easy. Here come Ethan and Paul. Interesting to see. Ethan, a real tall paddler, just backside turn, Paul backside turn. Paul is a really compact, powerful guy. Interesting to see if Paul can sort of try to make an inside run here on Ethan. This is going to be a fascinating duel for second place here. Just a really great contrast in style. And there's Jeremy Nicholson. Nice turn. Surviving a little bit of that residual weight from the competitors in front of him.
I love this race in the back here between Troy
That's
Hendricks.
Good. Oh, yeah,
and
Troy wants to
Anchor.
do the step back turn, but thought twice about that. He's making a nice turn here. Anker doing a nice job with that heel side turn. Troy trying to kind of complete this turn as he drifts off. Anker did a nice job making that heel side turn. Now he puts himself into 5th position. Ethan so far able to hold off Paul. You can see Paul really laying down a lot of power there.
Danny Ching has managed to extend his lead.
Yep. Now Danny heading out to that final buoy turn. Ethan coming into with a bit of a lead here still by about a board length. This is a nice easy turn. Sort of a half step back for him. Same for Paul. Paul right on his tail.
Troy and Anchor having their own race here in the back here, having a great time by the looks of it. I've paddled with Troy a few times, and I know he's a victim of rental board availability. He's on a much narrower board than he usually paddles.
Yeah, that is, well, board choice on a day like today is kind of key, and we'll get a little bit to that. Some of our competitors are wondering about maybe even going down to a 12.6, easier to turn, depending on your body size, etc. Lots to think about when you're doing a tech race. All right, so this second place race is going to be something interesting. Drone pilot Alex is hunting for him. The drone does not like the light poles. All right, so we got Danny in a clear lead. We can pick him up on the finish cam. And you'll see him cross in a minute. If we could, Alex, if we could find those guys in second and third, I think that's going to be a fun battle. They might just decide to duke it out for kicks. Yeah, and here we go.
Danny's board clearly on plane.
Yeah. Ethan fighting hard. So is Paul. Yep. Danny drifting across. Excellent show right there from Danny. And now we got the battle for number 2, and Ethan is really digging in here. Hopefully he's leaving enough for his next heat, but fun display. Really great job holding off a very powerful paddler in Paul Pianowski. Yeah, wow. Ethan pushing it the whole way. Same with Paul. Excellent show by these guys.
About a 20-second gap by my estimation.
Yeah. Danny had just a tremendous display of speed and turning capability, and then Paul and Ethan similarly just showed us what kind of duel we can expect to see throughout the day.
Jeremy Nicholson, our paddler from Iowa, about to cross the line. Not a lot of racing happening in Iowa yet.
Not yet. Will be, though. Need a nucleus and a strong paddler like Jeremy to inspire others, and this is an inspiring effort by him. Great job crossing the line there in 4th position behind 3 really tremendous paddlers. Here we go. I think we're going to have a barn burner with Anchor and Troy. Well, Anchor's got actually a little clearer lead than it looks like from where we're sitting.
Anchor originally from Singapore.
Makes
Northern
representation from all over.
California
Yeah.
his home these days. In terms of community here this weekend, Anchor and his partner, have a car and have offered many people rides and
That's
have
what it's
really
taken,
just, done a great job integrating themselves into the community and really showed up. Oh, Troy's making a push here.
All right. A little bit of action here to close it out. Anchor's digging deep. All right, there at Encore. Coming in, Troy, with a great effort to try to catch him at the tail end there. Great job by those two guys.
Fantastic job.
All right, hey, we're moving to our open female heats now. And so on the line, we will have Susan Krupa-McCune, Kirsten Marino-Lefelt, Kiva Anderson, Katie Kasparek, I think I got that right, I hope, Jennifer Flanagan, and Leanne Peterson.
Wow, crowded field.
Crowded field. First open women's heat here. And Harrison, I think our prohibitive favorite is got to be Soren, paddling in her home water. Put on quite a display in the 10K yesterday. Youth as a benefit, recovering from said 10K display. It helps.
Oh, recovery is everything, especially in a 3-day event like this.
Yep.
And I think that's
It's going to take off in like a second.
it's where the younger folks have a little advantage over those of us who've passed the half-century mark.
All right, and we've been holding pretty well to the timing on these. This official start for this one is 8:22, so about 5 minutes out, although it wouldn't surprise me if we got going a little bit earlier here. We've got all the competitors on the line. As we've discussed, no one wants to hang out there any longer than they have to. It's all about getting into the water, having a good beach start, and then just focusing on that buoy at the far side of the Marine Stadium here in Long Beach, California.
We've heard the 2-minute warning.
Yep, 2-minute warning. So early takeaway, Harrison, even though there's plenty of room to overtake someone out in front, I think that we're just seeing that the person who gets to the first buoy so far has just been the fastest competitor. Now as we get towards the finals, I think we'll begin to see speed on speed, and we'll get a sense of whether or not what we've described is accurate, that the first buoy is not a predictor of the finish.
Would love to see some passing start to happen.
I would too. Competitors so far have really masterfully handled the turns by and large. The thing I think I'm watching for is whether or not folks are using a backside turn on all the buoys, both strong side and their weak side. It's a competitive differentiator, I think, more and more these days. All right, ladies have their boards. I'm giving the ready. All right, Soren launches off immediately a board length in front of everyone else, but this is going to be a fun race for the second position to that first buoy. Once again, good start. We haven't seen anyone fall in on the start so far. There's no shame if you do. It happens.
Well, my heat's coming up, so
You'll show us how it's done.
I'll show you how to catch your fin and fall in the water all in one fell swoop.
As predicted, Soren just opens up a yawning gap right off the go here. That is impressive. leaving nothing to chance here. I think as she makes this first turn, and we'll see if she takes this as a toe side or a heel side, but as she makes this first turn and looks over at the gap that she has, it'll be interesting to see if she decides to ease way off or not.
Leanne's coming up. Leanne is coming up. Yeah. That's our friend.
All right. Our technical crew is rooting for their pal Leanne.
Looks like Kirsten Marina Lafelt in second from Chicago.
Yep. And Christina took that turn fairly wide, so a little bit of gap in there, but I think she's got the straightaway speed to hold off anyone catching her right now. Again, Soren is just showing a touch of class here. Still pushing hard is Soren. Christina, you can see those real powerful strokes. All right. Here comes Soren into this turn. Opts for the toe side turn. Oh.
Release is a bit early. She's going to have to do some course correction, but she's got all the space in the world to do it.
Yep.
Kirsten, kind of a modified bow brace turn. Got through it quite effectively.
Yeah, there's a little bit more room in terms of these buoys, how they're staggered to that buoy number 3. You have time to do course correction coming into there. And now we see our tech. Oh, a near fall. It's a great job to recover on our board.
And that was Jennifer Flanagan with a great recovery.
Yep. Tricky turns. You come in there, even in really flat water, the turbulence caused by the folks hitting these turns in front of you can really throw you off. And if you're being pressed by a competitor, you don't have a lot of room for your paddle or frankly, much of anything but to make an excellent turn. That can be enough mentally to make you stumble a little bit.
Somebody, great commentary. Way to step it up.
All right, and Soren making pretty easy work of this course. Kirsten doing a nice job maintaining her distance. And this is what we would expect, Harrison, in some of these early heats, is different levels of experience and skill come into play. And of course, this is a great opportunity for everyone, for someone like Soren to show off her class, and for some of the folks and our backmarkers to just gain experience and have fun and tell a story and frankly just paddle on a beautiful day here in Southern California.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a very cool shot of Kirsten coming in there. Yeah, drone pilot Alex is showing off elements of this course here. Really cool panoramic shot. You can see the tents where we're seated down here, and just a great view from the shore. I don't know if the mics are picking it up, but it just some of the cheering on the shore is a lot of fun. Friends watching friends paddle, getting ready for their own heat. All right, and Soren in this final turn, taking it backside. She'll have an easy ride here down to the finish line. We'll see how Kirsten does here. Hey, Levi, can I get the full screen of the drone? Thanks.
And Soren is well on her way. Oh,
is that
Marina
Kirsten went in?
Felt. Yeah, Kirsten went
Is that
in.
opening up for Leanne here? We'll see. She's back up onto her knees.
And she's back underway.
She is back underway. I mean, that is, it's one of the reasons why even in a heat you still paddle hard, because if you go in, she gave herself cushion. That was an unpressured turn, but that's how it goes. You step into these buoy turns, you think this is the last one, all I have to do, and all of a sudden you're thinking about it a little too much potentially.
Well, again, Kirsten's from Chicago. Doesn't normally paddle in NSP.
Yeah, and here's Soren. Easy work, looking great form though. I mean, I just, if you're watching at home, that's how it's done. I would imagine it's hard to kind of take it easy as you're coming down the home stretch here and all these people cheering. That's typically at our rec races, wherever our local waters are, you don't have an assembled crowd yelling.
or the entire internet tuned in to the live stream
the entire
around the world.
All right. Great job by Kirsten recovering from that unforced error at the fall, but just looking great on the course otherwise. Was that Perla? All right. We can't see here, if you're wondering why we're not certain about all the competitors' names, they're hard to read, period. And they're not always on the side that we can read.
Katie crossing the line.
Yep, Katie coming in 4th place. Great form.
Jennifer Flanagan going to finish up next.
Yeah, all these ladies look really great coming across this line. Just really good form. And here comes Leanne.
Leanne looks to be riding a SIC Bullet.
It's a bayonet.
Oh, it's a bayonet.
Bayonet.
A 12.6 bayonet. All right, so our first 12.6 on the course today. Nice job by all these ladies. Now we're getting ready for our next open. All right, we'll get our early women's open. Heat number 2 is going to be Katniss Paris, Elizabeth Duke, Paula Katrina Samtone, Megan Gideon, Leanne Escatel, and Miley Yagi.
Elizabeth Duke is goes by Betsy, another Midwest paddler.
I just read what my phone tells me. All right, Betsy Duke, very cool. Oh, quite all right. We got competitors pondering out loud whether or not they should be practicing their beach starts, I should say. The answer is yes. You should be practicing your beach starts.
In the distance, see a fireboat just.
Yeah, a little salute to the race. I don't know. Yeah, we saw the beautiful arcing
beautiful
spray of water.
Water hose arc.
Yeah. Designated women's open heat number 2 is the signature event of the day, if the fireboat has anything to say about it.
Boy, just can't get over what a great location this is for the race.
Today's sweatshirts are given away to T-shirts. Expected to continue to warm up nicely. We did have for just about an hour, maybe even less, maybe 30 minutes or so, the wind really kind of started picking up, and you began to wonder if that was going to be a factor in today's racing. It has died off. There's just a light breeze, just enough to make you feel good out in the course if you're getting hot.
Yeah. Although I will say the water is just a little bit chilly yet. It's
Is it?
I'm not really looking forward to taking a dip in my.
All right, boy, that's saying something coming from a guy from Michigan. All right. Women have their boards at the ready. Race director Grant Cooper and Robert Howson comparing notes. There they are. Once again, pretty clean start.
Katniss off and away with a high key, and she really did an interesting beach start. She just had
she was
the
just
rail
dragging
of the
her board, yeah.
and dragged it into the water, and it seemed quite effective.
Yeah, that was fascinating. She is, as we know from the sprints on Friday, probably going to be heads and tails the fastest straightaway paddler on the water. She is recovering from a foot injury, so watching her on these turns will be, I think, sort of the key element in this heat, and for her day, frankly. She seems to be feeling pretty good physically, and we'll watch her as she hits this first turn, see how her footwork is. Nice and easy backside turn, looking pretty good, very comfortable. And this is a point when she's going to hammer out of it, though. Yeah, she wants to put this thing away here between the first and second buoy, it looks like.
She looks considerably off course. I think she might be misreading the course here.
I think she is.
Let's see if she
Yeah,
can
Katniss is
correct
heading to the
herself.
wrong buoy.
Yeah.
The crowd's trying to get
Crowd's
her
trying to get
attention.
her attention.
Okay, the crowd has
All
caught her
right.
attention, steered her over the beach, has guided her in. We're going to get another contested buoy turn here at buoy number 2. It's a good thing she did hammer out of buoy number 1 because she gave herself cushion to make this turn in front, it looks like.
But a lot more turn than if she would have stayed on course. But a very smooth turn.
Yeah, very excellent turn there. Now she kind of gets to reset herself.
Oh, but she's
heading
off
to the
course
wrong
again.
spot again. She's off course.
She's off course again.
All right, this
And
is
looks like
this is going to be a 1K.
Second place is
Yeah.
is following her off course.
This is going to be a 1+ K paddle for Katniss.
Alex, can you? I can't. I don't know how to use this piece of
Do you want to fly the drone? Here. Someone just take the fucking drone from me.
All right, here we go. Interesting race so far, Harrison. It was just, I think you and I are sitting here in stunned intrigue.
Tell you what, it's a lot more exciting than it needed to be.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
We'll take it.
The beach is energized now. All right, and Harrison, who is in second place there? Is that Miley? Maley. It is Maley Yagi. Am I saying it wrong all over the place? Kind of. I've been absolved by spectators. So Maley Yagi, clear distance. Katniss has done a lot of work, but I think showing her athleticism and skill, she is going to have the course memorized now, I hope. Nice and easy step back turn from Miley.
Hopefully the microphones aren't picking up too much background noise as there's some drama on the beach.
We're working technical aspects of the operation. All right, and Katniss has definitely slowed the pace way down, heading into recovery here.
But way out in front.
Nice and easy step back turn for her here. Maley following suit. All right, and Robert Howson's pulling the 50s plus Masters men, which is a very competitive field here for this event. Get them to the line. They'll be next up as Katniss makes her way nice and easy down here, recognizing that she's in recovery. Probably a little bit of heart rate stuff when the beach is screaming at you, this buoy, that buoy, etc. Good to have an opportunity to cool back down mentally and physically. And here she comes, nice easy stroll over the finish line after a pounding start. Strong, fast paddler. Katniss Paris takes the heat.
It's amazing when your heart rate hits a certain point how much you can't remember.
That's right. Yeah, here comes Maley in number 2. Another young competitor, looking really strong, making it look good at the line. Why not, right, Harrison? If you're young, you got some energy, throw it down.
Why not? Put on a little show.
Exactly. It looks like Betsy Duke, gonna come in 3rd place.
No, that's not Betsy
That's
Duke.
not Betsy. I'm looking at the. Oh, it's Leanne. Sorry.
Looks like a 12.6, another shortboard choice for the day.
Oh yeah, we finally got a number on the right side. It is, in fact, Lynn Ann. Excellent job.
Now we've got Betsy Duke hammer into the line.
Oh, man. I love when we can see their numbers. Yeah, great job by Betsy there. All right. Great heat by all the ladies. Fascinating heat, a little bit of intrigue.
A little bit of intrigue there. Like it.
Wouldn't be a good tech race if there wasn't some course confusion.
Liked it, loved it. Use a little bit more of it. So we've got a competitor warming up out on the course. Hopefully he has a little awareness that a heat's about to start.
All right, Masters 50-plus male coming up next. And it looks like this heat's going to have Pete Govan, Sean Tierney, GG. Oh, G's not here. That's right. Marcus Pizzetta. I think, is Marcus here?
Marcus is not here.
Marcus is not here either. Okay, Rich D'Souza, Adrian Angel, and Sean Arnold. We've got a battle of the Seans on the course today.
A couple of these guys are familiar to me. You know, Sean Arnold, I met a few years ago at a race in Florida,
Nice.
even though he's a California guy, but he's one of my board connections when I come out west here to race.
Oh, excellent.
Adrian Engel runs a race in Ohio, the Ohio River Paddle Fest, which gets 2,000 to 3,000 people. But there's a recreational paddle down the Ohio River, and they closed down the Ohio River for this event.
That's very
for
cool.
half a day, which is equivalent to closing down the Mississippi River. It's
Yeah.
a very active barge river.
Yeah, Adrian's giving us a thumbs up for the shout out. Hey, what's the date this year?
August 3rd.
Yep, August 3rd. Party's on August 2nd, race on August 3rd.
And if you need to make it worth it, you know, Midwest Paddle League usually has a race the weekend before and the weekend after. So if you fly out to the Midwest, make a vacation out of it.
That is very cool. I love those huge, across the world, doesn't matter where they are, those mass participation races. Always fun to see. All sorts of paddle craft, certainly stand-up paddles, making their way down a truly famous body of water, the Ohio River. Adrian from Cincinnati. Thus the connection to the Ohio River. Rich D'Souza, one of our local volunteers, lives not far from here, knows the ropes, knows this body of water. Was tremendously helpful in setting this race up. He's one of our competitors. All right, Robert Housen giving the guys some instructions here. And the official start time looks like it's set for 3 minutes from now. Perhaps we might get going early. Looks like they're still organizing here. Getting their lane assignments. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is not whoever gets to the beach first picks their side. They are getting lane assignments.
I'll give a shout out to our safety officer here today. Kenny is a physician and has taken the role today. Larry Goldstein was our safety officer yesterday, another physician. We're lucky to have paddlers who are also MDs.
Yeah, and we also have, I think it's Los Angeles County, it might be Long Beach, but we have lifeguards on duty here as well. So this is a very safe opportunity, not just in terms of having protected flat water for people to paddle in, but it's closed off to boat traffic. So we've got this body of water for ourselves, and we've got safety officers, et cetera. So, nothing to worry about outside of your own performance for the competitors here.
Yeah, definitely. We have safety on top of safety.
KT, you got something for us?
Yeah, just wanted to do you have the overall schedule?
We got the schedule on the phone. Sorry, we're talking with USA SUP President Kristen Thomas, whose birthday it is. Yeah. getting an update on the start lists.
So they are running them as everybody's ready. So that's why they're a little bit ahead.
Okay.
And they'll take a break and be back on schedule for the
So,
semi.
so we're running a little bit early because folks are
Yeah.
getting to the line early. We're actually more than efficient here. That'll give everyone an opportunity for a break, including yours truly at some point. And we'll land the drones. We'll get all the cameras set and powered up. And Harrison, you'll be getting ready for your heat in the not too distant future.
I believe I'm in Heat 2 of Men's Masters 50 plus.
All right. You want to maybe take your leave, or you got a little bit longer to hang out here?
Oh, well, my board is right
It's
here.
sitting right there.
So,
Okay, you're actually going to start from your chair, right?
Yeah, I may wait until the whistle to go.
Let's get yourself some
grab
clean
my
water.
board, right? Yeah. It's pretty much the expected result anyway. So.
All right, we can see some folks out there. I find, and you can see a lot of this. I mean, practice is a good idea anyways, but as a competitor standing on the beach waiting for your heat, sometimes you just got to do something to occupy yourself, and paddling around, staying loose is often maybe the best way to keep your mind from overhyping itself as you get ready for your first heat of the day.
Yeah, well, for me, with the nervous bladder, it's usually visiting the restroom like 30 times.
Is that our TMI moment of the webcast today?
Well, there have probably been several, but yes. My favorite kind of humor is the humor at my own expense.
Fair. I'm a fan of it too. Well, it's great to see competitors in this case, as we were describing Adrian from Cincinnati, and we've got Pete, I know, is from the Bay Area. Rich, blocks away from here. It's one of the great things. A lot of these guys never towed the line together before, and they are getting ready.
Literally towing the line. There is a line.
Yeah.
and
There's
your
a
toes
yellow
have to be on
yellow
it.
rope in the sand that's probably hard to make out on camera, but they've been instructed to put 1 foot on that so that they can sense that and don't trip on it. But that is in fact the line, and with 1 foot on it, everyone's lined up exactly the same spot. And then, as we've seen, Harrison, folks are choosing different ways to handle their board heading into the water. As we know, Mike's Paddle rented a lot of boards to folks. Hell, those boards are for sale for folks on the beach, by the way. And so, handling a board that is not your own can be a tricky thing to do on a beach start. Beach start's tricky enough alone, but if your handles aren't where you usually have them, etc., it changes how you potentially are holding your paddle, and all of that is super critical because it's a matter of quickly getting to your feet after your glide begins to peter out. Actually, I should sort of reverse that. The key to beach starts typically is to get a really forceful start, a running start, and maximize the glide. You really can't paddle as fast as your board glides when you launch off the beach initially. So it's maximizing the glide and then popping up to your feet, and it's the popping up to your feet part that is, there's a little bit of magic in there to do it perfectly.
I think I hear 1 minute warning.
Great drone view.
Please stay off the race course if you're not racing. Racers will be starting soon. Stay off the race course if you're not racing.
All right, paddlers out there warming up are being instructed to get the heck out. Getting a clean course for these
Clear the
guys.
course.
Course hygiene being practiced. And you can see our location here as you're looking at this screen, the Mike's Paddle tent on the right side of the screen. And that's where Harrison and I are seated right now in the shadows, staying out of the sun. It's actually really nice, like nice and cool, like just enough to keep me wide awake out of the sun.
I wish I had a sweatshirt.
I do. You can see the view now in the quad box over Harrison, my shoulder. That buoy you see right there, that's buoy number 2. That's also the finish line. And so we've got a really great view, as you can imagine. 1 minute
Efficient.
warning has officially been given.
Efficient use of buoys.
Yeah. All right, Harrison, what are you watching for here?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm looking to see who gets the best glide out here. That's sort of what I want to watch for here. Really great entry into the water. Long glide.
Not as familiar with the paddlers in this heat, so I'm not quite sure what to expect.
Makes it fun. Here we go. Ready, sign. All right. Yeah, really nice entry by everyone. Pete got a nice glide there, and he's in the lane 1. So he's got an inside shot at this buoy. Choke stroke to start. Really high cadence.
Sean Arnold on the outside using one of those quick blade Stingrays.
I love those things.
Very unusual paddle.
It looks like Pete's got about half a board length as they are heading away from us. We're going to get a shot from the long lens here in a little bit as they make the turn. Pete maintaining that lead. Harrison, he did have a really nice glide off the start, popped up well and just started hammering, and you're seeing the result of that. Here he comes. We're going to get a great shot. Okay, he's going toe side turn around the front, uses the bow turn, and opening himself up a little bit to the inside. I think that's Adrian just right on his tail.
Well, I have just been called to the line, so...
All right, Harrison, you're off. Good luck.
Take my lead.
We'll be cheering you on. Okay, now here's this long stretch back to buoy number 2, and this is, you've burnt a lot of adrenaline and a lot of energy getting to that first buoy, hoping for best position on it. This is where the competitors are going to really have to start digging in a little bit deep. It turns into technique, form. Pete looking really strong. Great vertical hold on his paddle there, going pretty straight. He's coming dead in on us. This is going to be a right shoulder turn here. And this is going to be a strong side, I believe. Nice backside turn here. Great turn. Here comes Adrian. Adrian's toe side. So these two guys are different footed, which is going to matter here a little bit as there's a preponderance of left shoulder turns, which is probably to Adrian's benefit, but Pete is really holding his power well. Great turn by these guys as we come around. Fun 3-man race here at the back of the pack. Great entertainment for the folks on the beach watching those guys manage that turn really well. We're seeing a lot of competitors in all heats take the second buoy a little bit wider. They kind of come out of their step back turn early and then have an opportunity to course correct over the next 100 meters or so. Pete showing some really great endurance here. Opened up about a 4 board length lead on Adrian as he makes this, for him, a toe side or weak side turn as we would refer to it. Adrian's strong side here, but not able to really swing it around enough to cut into Pete's lead, and Pete continues to power away. Nice turns by everyone on the course here. Pete's still really giving it. And Adrian now in a little bit of risk of being overtaken here. This is going to be a really fascinating race for second place. Pete opted to step back for that final. Oh, Pete started heading the wrong spot too. Second time we've seen that today. Corrects. I think he's going to be okay. Adrian going for a crossbow turn here just to sort of do a minor course correction. Some crossbow step backs. Everyone, this is the, just about a 90-degree turn, if even that. Might even be more like 60. And here we go. This is going to be a sporty turn here, I think, with the back markers behind Pete at this final turn. It's a 180-degree turn, and then, something over 100 meters, I would expect, down to the finish line. So Pete's got enough distance. I think he's comfortably there. He just has to manage this final turn, and then Alex, if we could hang with drone pilot Alex, if we could hang with that secondary crew, we're going to get a really great view. Alex is a fan. He knows. Here's Pete just doing a nice and easy crossbow turn, getting a look at the competitors here, and probably knows he can do about an 80% effort coming into the finish line. Here's Adrian. Adrian, strong side step back turn, sweeping around. Really nice turn under pressure. Here we go. Looks like everyone's going for the backside turn here. And crowded, and this is where if you've got it, you got to unload it. All right. Adrian did a nice job with that turn. Put about a board and a half, maybe 2 boards away. Really laying down some power now. And we're going to get a chance to see Pete, who's definitely eased up, conserving some energy after a really great race, with a bonus 10 yards for himself after nearly getting a turn wrong, but managed to course correct. Pete Goman from Northern California, excellent performance. All right, here we go. Battle for second place. Pretty interesting here. Adrian's got a nose here. Looks like Sean is pressing hard, but it's going to be Adrian coming in second place. Really throwing down. Now we got some Sean's crossing the line next. And here's Rich and other Sean battling here. Great performance by everyone. That was an entertaining heat. Great job, guys. This is Rich D'Souza, Sean Arnold. Excellent job. Entertaining race for everyone. I think one of the things we're seeing is, and Harrison said it, a lot of adrenaline, high heart rate out there. It's an M course. It's, in theory, relatively easy to remember, but when you're out in front, it's not so easy. No one to follow. You got to remember what you're doing out there and pick your head up in time. And these nearly 180-degree turns can be punishing when you're gasping for air after having sprinted around the course. This next heat will feature John Hansen of the Great Pacific Northwest, David Wells, Harrison Withers, who was just joining me, Harrison from Michigan, Bill McGrath. If I'm not saying where they're from, it's California. Jörg Gesser and Ivan Stork from the Great Pacific Northwest. So a couple of Seattle guys battling here. This promises also to be a great heat. Official slated start time for this heat, although we might get going early as we have been doing so far ahead of schedule. The official slated time was 9 o'clock. We're almost certainly going to be starting before then. This is pretty great. As I scroll down the list of heats that we have, everyone gets a couple shots at this. So, between the sprints and the tech races and yesterday's 5 or 10K, whichever they chose, people are getting miles and miles of smiles here in Southern California. Again, we're in Long Beach, California, Marine Stadium. Specifically, we're sitting on Mother's Beach, beautiful sandy stretch right here. Different vendors out here, coffee, critically, for the competitors. Food, I believe, is coming, but a great crew watching the events unfold today. The tech race is always a crowd pleaser, and the course that Jake Graham, our local Long Beach paddler, has set is an absolute delight. It's a classic M course, but taking full advantage of the great spectating opportunities here. And so the turn number 2, which is also the finish buoy just off to my left here, gives everyone a great view to kind of catch up on the racing mid-course and, of course, at the finish.
Of course, Mother's Beach was on Naples Island, which we rounded.
Oh, sorry,
yesterday
that's
as
right.
part
Which
of
one's
the
this one?
10K. This is Marine Stadium.
This is
which
Marine
was,
Stadium, but I thought this beach had a name.
I believe it's called Marine Stadium.
All right, we'll call it Marine Stadium Beach.
Built in 1932 for the Olympics.
That's right. Mother's was the Naples beach that we were watching. There was that sandy stretch there, right?
Yeah.
The course came in. You paddled by that yesterday in the 5K.
Correct.
If you didn't know this, Harrison, not a local.
Me neither.
Thanks for the correction. Oh yeah, great view here from the drone now of not Mother's Beach. You can see the assembled crew here. Great shot. Drone pilot Alex makes it look easy. It's not so easy to get these really smooth shots.
Playing enough video games, it's fine.
He's a video game expert. A misspent youth is paying off in dividends for all of us watching at home.
It's really funny when I have like our kids volunteers at the shop. Like, you ever play Halo? I'm like, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, we're describing the video game. It truly is a great training ground for drone piloting. I will say this: drones are really changing. I would say the accessibility of the sport in terms of viewership. Once we had to have someone on a iPhone and on a boat with a dodgy connection, and now we're able to. Alex literally has his feet up on the table, flying around. It's a different kind of thing now. We want you comfortable, man.
I brought my own chair.
Yep. He's got his own camp chair. I'm in one of these plastic foldable chairs, and Alex is living the life of luxury, as he should. Most important job. And there you can see the full beach in view here in Marine Stadium. I think we're about to launch. Let's see if I can get one of our race officials' attentions, and they're going over some material now. I think kind of rebaselining the schedule to some extent, as we are minutes and minutes ahead. That's okay. If you can't tell, we're in a mild pause, running way ahead of schedule currently. This next heat is slated to go off at 9 o'clock, in about 3 minutes from now.
John Hanson, last call.
All right, John Hanson. I thought he was going to be here, Seattleite. They're calling for him. This is sort of like at the airport when you hear they're about to close the airplane doors.
He didn't pick up his board from the board rental today. So.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, John did not pick up his board from the board rental today. So we think there's not going to be a John in this heat. Race director Robert Housen is acknowledged. So we're going to get ready to go here. Still on time.
Could be a little bit of wind. Like I said, the sticks need calibrating.
Got 2-minute warning for the racers. This is a strong heat. This is going to be fun. I think there's going to be some competitive buoy approaches here. Guys are loosening up, getting ready. Final chance to kind of shake out the willies. In a minute, they'll be ordered to tow the line, and we'll be ready to go. And again, we're watching to see, looking for an effective glide as they launch off the beach. Milk that for as long as makes sense, and then popping up and really just putting the hammer down.
1 minute, toes on the line, please.
1 minute, they've been ordered to tow the line.
Wonder if Harrison has to pee.
Once again, this is the Masters
Racers
quarterfinal heat 2. And they're off. Really nice start. David Wells with the inside line made the most of that glide, hammering out. You can see he's got a choke stroke, just staying bent over, maximizing his opportunity to keep the blade in the water, staying real low. Nice form there. It'll be a sporty turn, looking for second place. David's opened up about a board length lead already and has the inside line. Great shot from the drone there. You can see second place is going to be a bit of a drag race. All right, toe side turn for David Wells. I think that's Bill McGrath coming in second place on the starboard. Jurg right there on the inside, and David is making the same mistake we've seen before. Now correcting, he's pulling. Everyone's following him. Once again, it's the adrenaline, the heart rate, head down, and everyone followed David on this wider line, which is going to save him some agony because the entire field wound up heading way too wide. Now course correcting back. It's going to be a more acute angle turn though with this angle that they're all taking. David comfortably ahead right now. And we've got the split screen set up. I suspect this is going to be a strong side turn for him. We're fortunate because of the acute angle. Stepped way back, nice turn. Probably taking about 3 strokes to get around. All right, now Bill opting for a bow turn, but he's in command of the guys behind him. Jurg, Ivan all going for that cross bow turn. No one able to really take advantage of that slow turn. Harrison doing a nice job pulling up the back here. Harrison just making sure he doesn't take a swim. He wants to be dry when he sits back to commentate on more races with me. David now really staying in command of this race. A reminder, most of these guys have been sprinting and then paddling distance over the last 2 days. Really difficult to summon the energy, especially if you're in a contested buoy turn like we're about to see. Left shoulder turn, David going for the step back cross bow. When you've got a lead like he has, it's oftentimes the easier way to do it. These step back heel side turns can be a little bit more taxing, but we're seeing the rest of the guys opting for the heel side turn here. Nice turn by Bill McGrath. Jurg, also a good turn, Ivan. And now if there's going to be lead changes, this is where it's going to happen. They've got this run out to a pretty mild, I'll say 60-degree turn. It'll be a right shoulder turn for most of them. Then one final 180-degree turn before returning back. And it's a long run out there. Opportunity for lead change does exist in this final leg, which is one of the really fun things about this course design. Love watching David's form here, staying nice and low. No wasted time hinging, just getting power down on the paddle. Bill doesn't even step back. He, I think, recognizes that that turn is not acute enough to really require much other than a little bit of foot steering. Ivan making a move on Jurg now. This is a great drag race with these two. Looking to jump on Bill's draft, it looks like, is Ivan. Wow, if you were watching at home, you saw that little red flash was a near collision with the pole. We live on to broadcast another day. We've got a bit of a split screen here, drone pilot Alex, just so you know, the left side of your screen is what we're looking at here. And here goes David Wells making that final turn. Let's stick at this buoy, though. David's got a comfortable lead. I want to see where our second, third, and fourth. Yeah, great race here for second place now. Ivan and Jurg right on Bill's tail. Key turn. Nice turn. Ivan maintains a little bit of an inside edge here. Bill's hammering away, and we're going to see who's got the deepest reach here. Really great acceleration away from that buoy from Bill. Ivan's going to look to jump on his tail. It looks like Jurg's been dropped by these two. That board you see going the other way is perhaps Harrison. All right, and we're going to see the drag race here in a little bit. You'll see, you can see David comfortably ahead. Even that's a long shot, but he's got a couple board lengths that you can see from the drone. Battle for second and third. Bill can hold off Ivan. You can see David's taking it easy, and they're making a little bit of ground on him. He's not going to be threatened, and it looks like Bill's going to be able to hold off Ivan. We'll see. Looking over my shoulder now. Yep, and then we'll go. David coming in nice and easy. Bill able to hold off. And I've been doing a nice job to stay in third there. Excellent heat by these guys. A lot of fun to watch that battle for second and third. And here comes Jurg over the line. He's beat. I think they all are. Excellent heat. And now we'll bring Harrison home. Harrison's coming down the home stretch. And this is a lot of folks. I rented a board thinking mostly about the 10K or the 5K, whatever they're opting for. And then you live with it for those folks who flew in. And then you live with it for the sprints and the tech. But it's really difficult to do a tech race on a board that's not very familiar with you. Great boards that were rented by Mike's Paddle, but nonetheless, step back turns, tricky technical turning. And here comes Harrison on his board. Great job. Looking good coming across the line. That was a fun heat. I think one of the things we're seeing here is we haven't seen it cost anyone anything, but the folks who are goofy-footed, regular-footed, step-back turns, cross-bow turns, at some point as we winnow down the competition, that's going to play a role. Looking at our race directors, are we headed for a break or are we staying on with our schedule? No, they're addressing the crowd. If we do stay on schedule, it will be our Masters female. And that'll go straight to a semifinal. Now that Masters female 800 semifinal heat is scheduled for 9:15, so we've got a little bit of time between now and then. In fact, just about 10 minutes. Now, will we go early? They're beginning to line up. We are charging up the drone.
How far ahead are we just for Hillsdale Beach?
In terms of time, we're about 9 minutes ahead right now. It's the question being asked and answered. Charging the drone. I'll ask our technical producer, Levi, do we need a little bit of time here for...
We have battery.
All right, we got battery.
We do. The faster and cooler shots take more battery. So for the finals, if we have a little bit more buffer, it's really cool.
Yeah. All right, we're discussing the finer points of drone photography.
One in there. That's like, I think it's quarters, so it's like above 75%. But just top it off. Because it stops doing that when they're full. And then that's...
All right, we're just enjoying a little pause in the action while we get our next heat set. I've never heard of a SUP race running ahead of schedule. This is, if this becomes the hallmark of USA SUP, we will take over the planet. Running about 10 minutes ahead of schedule right now. Oh yeah, this is a good time to remind you, all those folks out there who are thinking about acquiring another board, because why wouldn't you? These rented boards that Mike's Paddle brought down for our out-of-town contestants, they are for sale. And there's...
Discounts.
Oh, discounts, discounted sale. And Shirley's giving me some sort of sign that she wants to bury her board. Sorry, Shirley, you can come over and tell me. It's...
Shirley wants it 21.
Yeah, Shirley's been on the mic already. You just hop on the mic, Shirley. Spread your gospel. No, other side. Yeah.
RS 14 by 23 for sale. Talk to Levi or Alex.
Okay, more specificity. But yeah, these two guys, Alex, our drone pilot, Levi, our technical producer, also in charge of sales for Mike's Paddle. Doing a great job here with this live broadcast. They're bringing it to you. I'm just talking. But they have boards for sale at very good prices. All right, between 15 and 25% off. Some pretty solid boards.
Like, there's a couple used boards, but most of them it's a discount on a brand new.
Oh.
We cut them out of the box and brought them down.
They were
Okay.
paddled once for this race.
I am informed that most of these boards, many of these boards that are for sale that we're talking about, were literally cut out of the box brand new for this race. So they've been ridden, depending on how good the rider was, a maximum of like 8 times at this point.
Yeah.
So when we're done broadcasting, see these guys, go home with a brand new board.
Will help us not have to bring it back.
You know, Levi's explaining the benefit to him for you buying, but I'm going to stick with the benefit to you as the purchaser. New fast board, why not?
It's the trade show hack. Costs more to bring it back. What? Oh yeah. Because your feet are in the same.
All right, Harrison. Got to watch you survive that second buoy turn. You know I was waiting for a moment of mirth, but you did not provide it. That's a failure as your participant in the live stream, but a success as a racer.
Well, yeah, I couldn't be that guy. I tiptoed around those buoys and did my best to not fall in. Of course, I could have done myself a giant amount of favors this morning by actually warming up or, otherwise attempting a buoy turn on a board that's unfamiliar.
That's right.
to
You were
me.
sitting here talking. We probably should have sent you out a little bit earlier. Now you got one under your belt. Hey, I'm gonna start you with a question, and you're off screen, which is a-okay. But I'll start with the question because I'm gonna take care of some Adam Tischler business here in a minute. But just
I'm the one who does TMI.
I didn't say what kind of business it was. Maybe I'm looking for a new board or something. You never know. Maybe it's something else. Hey, just if you could walk folks through the course because we've been describing it all day. You've now just been on it on a heat, and then that'll take us probably right into the women's heat, which I hope to be back for in time. But yeah, take the crowd through the.
I'll take them through it in as dramatic fashion as I can manage.
With all the words.
On a Sunday morning, early on the West Coast.
Not on Mother's Beach.
Not on Mother's Beach. In Marine Stadium. 5 or maybe 6 or maybe 8 people line up on the beach. They put their toes on a yellow rope in the sand. They're given the go symbol. And you run into the ocean and hop on your board and paddle as fast as you can until something gets in your way, which is buoy number 1. And then it's a 180 left-hand turn back to a buoy that's right in front of the broadcast booth, and about another 180 and back across the Marine Stadium to buoy number 3, which is another left-hander. But then buoy number 4 is really more of a slight right or a kink right that you can manage with a bit of foot steering. And then there's a bit of a sprint to the 5th and final buoy, which is 180 degree left again. I think the course favors left-hand turns because there's 3 lefts and 2 rights. And one of the rights is a slight right, which for a goofy footer such as myself is most unwelcome. But courses are what courses are, and it's a sprint to the finish. The finish is between buoy number 2 and the start-finish line. And that's a rundown of our technical sprint course. If you're just joining, once again, this is the USA SUP National Championships. Day 3, technical racing. Got about an 800-meter course. And we've got women's masters on the line. And they're off. We've got Susie Dyer, Shirley Henneman, Linda McCoy. Linda's on the outside making good progress, but Shirley's out front with a high cadence. Just 3 women in this Masters heat. On day 3 of a competition, fatigue starts to set in, and some people opt out of an unfamiliar format of racing. But I'm here to tell you that even if you're tired or sore, it's a lot of fun to do something different like these technical race courses. This heat is about to make it to the first buoy. It looks like Shirley Henneman out in front, but Linda McCoy's not too far behind.
Go Shirley.
Excuse me as I have a little athletic-induced asthma here. Shirley is around the first buoy clean. And I gotta say, after I rounded the first buoy myself, it's really much more of a turn than it seems like it should be. And I actually went a little wide on turn 1 unintentionally and didn't realize how much it really felt like you had to come back to buoy number 2. So really a full 180-degree turn. All 3 women in this heat are in a relatively tight cluster at this point. Shirley is in the lead, but I would not say a commanding lead, with Linda McCoy probably less than a board length away, and Susie Dyer maybe a board and a half behind Linda. Linda steps back for a heel side turn. Looks clean. Linda opts for a crossbow brace. Gets through just as quickly. Susie also opting for the crossbow. Gets around buoy number 2. Probably a board length between each of the women at this point. Once again, you're joining Women's Masters Heat in progress. Susie Heineman. Shirley Heineman, sorry. Linda McCoy and Susie Dyer. In that order. Looks like Linda McCoy has caught Shirley at the 3rd buoy and is right on her tail. But quickly, Shirley opens up a board length on the exit of the turn. Linda is gaining on Shirley. Almost a draft situation at this point. But it looks like Linda's lining up for maybe a little bit wider of a line around buoy 4, which is a right-hand kink. Shirley opts to step back on turn number 4. Not a technique we've seen a lot of here this morning, but gets through it just fine. It's about a half board length ahead of Linda McCoy. Linda and Shirley have opened up a 3 to 4 board length lead over Susie. Pace has slowed considerably as they approach the 5th buoy, which is a left-hand 180 back to the start-finish line. Shirley has stepped back for her final turn of the heat. Linda is right on her tail, has the nose on the inside of her. Might be able to pull up the inside. Can't tell from my vantage point, but Linda may have pulled ahead.
Shirley's got a board length on her.
All right, I hear from the drone operator that Shirley's still a board length ahead. Of course, perspective is the better part of valor.
Linda's creeping up.
Linda is making a move. Maybe 75 yards left. Looks like Linda and Shirley are fairly even at this point.
Woohoo! Come on! Pull on the gas! Yeah! Woohoo!
Oh, and Shirley has a last-minute surge, picks up her cadence considerably, has a half board length. And Shirley Henneman takes the heat win. Linda McCoy in second.
That's how we do it.
Tell you what, that's how it's done. That's as close racing as it gets. And close racing is fun to watch at whatever speed, age, or gender. Susie Dyer crosses the line. Great job. And Adam Tischler's business has been concluded, and he's sitting down back at the mic, so you'll have more entertainment than just me.
Harrison, after that finish, I think that you might be the talisman for an excellent finish. Maybe you should call the rest of them. That was a great. I was watching that. Didn't want to ruin or interrupt the broadcast, but that was an entertaining finish there.
It was. As close as it gets. Shirley really turned it on at the end and had a nice sprint to take out the heat win. Which, interesting to say, she didn't need to do. I mean, the top two advance. But,
Competition, man.
Competition, pride, or just practice makes for entertaining early heats.
Yeah, so that was one of our Uber board members, super active for the USA SUP, Linda McCoy, who Shirley just pinched at the end. Great, entertaining race. So I was talking with our course designer and competitor, Jake Graham, and Harrison, you probably experienced this too, but we were having a chat while I was on my way back from picking up my energy drink, which will power the remainder of this broadcast for me. But I was asking Jake, we've seen people go off course a couple times, and I think he's talked to a couple of the folks too, and what we opined, I think, holds true, which is that folks are coming around, and these are, I think a lot of times the tech races that most of us experience there might be one 180-degree turn, maybe two. These are a series of really tight turns, and as you're coming out of the turn, already suffering because you've taken 2 or 3 strokes in a precarious step-back position, they don't want to believe that they have to come all the way around. And it's specific at this turn number 2. As you're coming around it, you look up and you see buoy number 4, and it looks like that alone was something more than a 90-degree turn, and that feels like a really tight turn, and so competitors are beginning to head off to it, not even realizing that they've got another, 60 degrees that they have to turn.
Yeah. So I would say in my experience out there, Adam, and we saw Katniss have some issues with the course early on, is after I came across, buoy number 1, which you actually have to paddle a little bit to your right to get to.
A little bit, yeah.
And then when you do the turn, at least myself and my level of conditioning, my field of vision really does narrow.
It does.
As your heart rate kind of goes up. And after I rounded buoy 1, buoy 2 felt like it was behind me. And it really kind of, if I wouldn't have watched, Katniss go off course or didn't have paddlers, ahead of me, I think I probably, would have followed off course.
Yeah.
It's really easy when you're
Well,
out
and
there.
we saw
you're
that
out of
we saw
breath.
that with that one men's Masters heat.
Right.
I will say this. This is not a critique of the course. In fact, it is the opposite. That is this kind of
it's
a
a
really great
compliment.
course. It's easy to follow, but it requires just a ton of discipline because these turns are acute. They are very or obtuse, depending on how you look at the angle, but they are really, really critical, first of all, but they are very long turns when you're in that step back position, or even if you're in a crossbow. You're exposed for a long time in a precarious spot. You're being pressed by competitors, and I think the desire to, just as you said, look up past the tunnel vision. You see a buoy off there, and it's just calling your name when, in fact, you've got another couple strokes to go to bring your nose around.
Well, I will say, too, stepping back for a turn is an entirely different proposition when there's 2 or 3 guys ahead of you and the
No doubt
water's
about it.
really chopped up.
No doubt about it. Yep, there is all the benefit in the world to getting to a buoy first. All of it. And that's why you see these folks launching off the beach, hammering to that first buoy, and you're sort of spending most of your fuel just trying to get there, knowing that it's going to be a savings down the line.
Adam, I'm going to excuse myself for a minute and
Do it.
take care of this little bit of athletic-induced asthma I'm having.
Okay, yeah, take care of yourself. Okay, and next up is our Golden Masters 60-plus men, quarterfinal heat number 1. Rafi Manoukian, Sean Sullivan, Derek Turner, Rob Heineman, Michael Markunis, and Carl Euster. Solid group of paddlers here. Anticipate this is going to be a very competitive heat. Once again, the thing we're looking at is for these guys to get a solid beach start, really propel themselves to those final steps or two, and then get that extended glide. Oftentimes you're faster just laying in your board, shooting through the water right off the start there. And the trick is to get up as you still got some propulsion, water moving over your fin, and then just planting that blade in the water and going. We've seen a lot of competitors employ the choke stroke as they stand up and just stay in that for at least 50 yards just to try to produce a gap. Men are all getting their stretches going, warming up. Yeah, this is a limber group of Grandmasters. It's nice, though. It's in the sunshine today. It is warming up really well, probably approaching 70 degrees now. Nice warm sun, just the lightest breeze. Different vibe with this crew, our 60-plus guys, Golden Masters. They're all chatting, taking pictures together. The open start had a different kind of energy. Yeah, and anything to forget the soreness that the previous 2 days of racing have produced.
They've repositioned me for more optimal views.
We got the drone up. This is going to be a great shot.
I have to imagine they've repositioned me so they can get a better shot of my beard,
Could be.
which is glorious if I don't say so myself.
I wasn't going to say it, so better you.
Well, yeah, better. Although I was recently reminded that I probably shouldn't wear all red and paddle, as my significant other might have mentioned that I look like paddling Santa Claus, which hurt just a little bit.
'Tis the season. Oh, 1 minute. All right. Levi, can we go full drone for this one? Is that possible? Thank you. Technical producer Levi, manning cameras, running the switchboard. All right, ready, sign. They're off. Great start. Let's see who can get that good glide out there. They all jumped up pretty quickly. Looks like Sean Sullivan might have the best angle here. Michael Markunis had a great show. In fact, no, it looks like Michael is out in front. He was a great showing at the sprints 2 days ago. This is going to be a contested buoy turn, though, for sure. Oh, these guys are just about neck and neck. I think that's Sean Sullivan just off to Michael's left. Camera right as we're looking at it. And they're sort of in a steady race pace here. You don't see anyone really hammering yet. They've all opted to take this turn pretty wide. We'll see if anyone, they start stepping back. Sean going for a heel side turn. Michael going crossbound, and that's given Sean an opportunity to separate here. He's going to put about a board length on it, looks like.
Well, that looks like Carl Oogster in second.
It does, yeah.
Orange Midwest paddle jersey. He is just the Energizer Bunny.
He's going to need it. Sean's got, see if we can see that with the drone. About a board and a half. You can see them coming towards us. This is buoy number 2. The field's beginning to separate out, but Sean's opening up more space here. He took a heel side turn at buoy number 1. We'll see if he goes crossbow or if he steps back and goes heel side here.
Yep, setting up for
Step
heel
back,
side.
heel side turn. Nice technique. He's got to swing it all the way around. Really nicely done. Same with Carl. Heel side turn. Excellent sweeping strokes there. Michael, same. Really great turns. These guys are making it look really good. Rafi going for a crossbow. This is where it really starts to hurt, though, Harrison. After second buoy turn, you've already burned up so much in that first leg out. Now the second one, you've just made this turn. Sean maintaining just that gap, and it is so hard to get back up onto that draft when you've got that sort of opening, and these guys are beginning to spread out over the course. Now you're beginning to deal with it's light chop coming from the guys in front of you, but when you're tired on tired legs, it is just so hard to cope with. And here you go, Sean. Let's see if he does it. Yep, step back, heel side turn on this one as well. So going for the most efficient turn each time. These guys are all doing really impressive. Our Golden Masters are kind of putting on a turn clinic
Yeah, the
here.
technique.
Michael opting for a crossbow turn here.
Boy, it looks like Carl might be gaining some lead on Sean here.
Yeah, Carl is.
He's coming
yeah,
on.
I think he's gotten on his draft here. Can't
Yeah.
tell from the drone shot. Let's see if we can get it overhead. Looks like about a board length. But Sean is able to just lay down power and just create that little gap on Carl. And here we go. This is where you're going to make. This is where you got to make a move, really, on the course. This is the longest run because this turn is not very heavy, and so you can still really kind of apply a lot of power and not worry too much about stepping back. And Carl is taking advantage of it. He's pressing now, and Sean probably feels that or hears him. Oh, this is great racing here.
This is fantastic.
Yeah, Carl is laying it down. He's got to decide if he wants to go at the side draft or rear draft, but he's in a really good position here, looking really strong. Sean laying it down. Wow, this is great racing. The drone shot is just unbelievable. Carl opting now to drop in back here. This final turn is going to be it. Carl will have an opportunity to make a move, but Sean is really paddling very well. We haven't really seen him stress at all here. It's just been that same cadence almost the entire time. But these two are separated, and it's noteworthy that these two are the guys who have taken a backside heel turn on every single turn. And it's made the difference, I think. Here we go. Critical turn.
I think this might...
Sean stepping back. Taking a few extra
coming
strokes.
out of this, Carl might have the inside.
Yeah. And Carl bobbles,
no.
and that could... he manages to gather. This is going to be a tough row to hoe, though.
Carl with that little bit of bobble shows how close this racing is and what a little bobble costs you.
But they're the first two coming across.
He's kind of made it up, though.
He's going for a pass now on the outside. He's got something in the tank. Here we go.
And once again, this is all for pride because
top they're
two
passing, but this is great. Here he comes. Nose of his board just about equal with Sean's feet. Pressing really hard. Sean's trying to respond here and is able to, just still fending him off. slight overlap with the boards. We're looking at it straight down from above. This is a
Look at
great
Carl
drone
picking up
shot.
the cadence.
Carl's picking it up, drawing even. He's right there. This is going to be an absolute battle. Carl's now nose to head. Carl's in the lead. Sean falling behind half a board length, and Carl is going to take
It's
it at the
Carl.
line. Fantastic racing by both these guys. Just a tremendous effort. What a great show for those of us on the shore. Michael Markunis bringing up in third. Fantastic racing. Absolutely fantastic racing.
Boy, I got to call that finish of the day.
That was unbelievable. Great effort
Finish
by
of the
those
day
guys.
so far,
I know
yeah.
everyone on shore really appreciates it. A lot of fun. Here comes Rafi coming in now. Great racing by all these gentlemen.
Man, if you're tuned in online, make sure you give a like and a comment. You know, these racers are going to watch these feeds later in the day when they're relaxing, and I think they, appreciate your encouragement.
Here comes Rob Heineman, looking strong. Great power thrown down. This is you always got to save just a little bit for the finish, don't you?
If you have some to save.
Yep. Rob's gulping air. Great job. Great showing by all these guys. Wow.
Wow.
That was fun. So, Sean Sullivan, Carl Eugster, really just a great display. And, we've talked about it, Harrison, but that turn, your ability to do a backside turn both sides is really key. And I think that is what created the separation from those two, from a very fast Michael Markunis. And I think we're going to see that throughout the day, that folks who are able to make that heel side turn, regardless of which shoulder turn it is, it really, if you can do it well, it's efficient, it's fast. In terms of the world stage, and we'll see this next weekend in Thailand. But one of the folks who's really kind of pioneering that approach is Shrimpy, who takes every turn on the heel side, and it is a differentiator in tech racing.
I took a class with Seychelles. She also is a proponent of being able to, do heel side either way, or fakie, as those of us who
fakie. That's right.
From a skateboard background or
term
snowboard
familiar in this part of the
background.
world. All right, this is Golden Masters Heat number 2. We will have Dave Anderson, Barry Williams, Tony Forcier, Andre Stasiak, Joe Bechtold, James Janoschik, and Bruce Berry. And they're getting lined up in their slots here.
Bruce Berry has just had some incredible performances over the last 2 days. Really impressive. And our sole golden master, or veteran
legend master. So
Legend
Bruce
master.
is racing with the grandmasters, but is in fact the sole legends master, meaning 70 years or older. But he does not race like a guy who is 70 years or older. He races more like a guy, I can attest, is like more like 40 years or older. This is a fast crew, though. Now, Bruce is going with his 14-foot board. He at home in real short tech races often races on a 12.6. He's not a big guy, but has just an unbelievable cadence. But his ability later in weight to step back, and this is always a consideration, is in a step back turn. If you don't have a ton of weight, it can be hard. You got to go way further back to get the nose of the board up and really pivot around. So they'll all be on 14s out here. 14-foot boards. We've only seen one 12.6 on the course so far today in one of the earlier women's races.
Well, and an inflatable. Which
And an
I'm sure
inflatable,
was
yeah.
not 14 feet.
Yeah, what was that? It was a Hala.
It was a Hala. I'm sure
Yeah.
it was 12'6".
12.6. Probably you probably read about that. Yeah, it was well piloted too. Did a
Well
nice job.
piloted. Stayed with his group closer than I did with mine.
Yep. Well, different group.
I was closer to the pack than I
Yeah,
was.
way piloted the drone. All right, this heat is scheduled to go off in 3 minutes. 9:42.
Are we back on schedule then?
We are still ahead of schedule. I mean,
Still
any
ahead.
one of these
All
could
right.
start earlier, but I think that's good to maintain the advertised schedule. I'm not sure if Grant Cooper, our timer, is keeping is updating the times, or if we're just right on schedule. But he and Robert Housen are comparing notes in between each heats, getting everyone lined up, and so far we've been running right on time, if not ahead. Okay, we're going to bring the drone in here and swap the battery out. Our crew from Mike's Paddle, who are really responsible for the technical production of the live stream, are doing a great job of maintaining drone viability, live stream viability. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube and that dies, we've had some issues with YouTube the last couple of days. The feed, yeah. Okay, we've reconfigured, but you've got feed options on Facebook or YouTube. So if you lose a stream somewhere, jump over to the other social media outlet. Of course, these will be available for watching later on, and I know a lot of our paddlers will want to. Harrison, the drone footage has just been exceptional.
I for one can't wait to go back and look at my heat and see what I can't learn from having some video of myself, right? Because I mean, how often do we get, unless you have a GoPro pointed back at yourself?
And even then, you kind of
see
can't see what you can. I mean, the drone I'll never forget. I was watching drone footage of Tituan Puyo. And I really like his paddling style. We all do. He's a beautiful stand-up paddler. But it was a drone angle that revealed something about his stroke that I had never noticed before, and really kind of helped me tweak my stroke for the better. And sometimes those angles, not just from the water level, but just a little bit above, a little behind, a little overhead, that kind of stuff can really reveal a lot of things about paddle stroke. And even just watching, forget your stroke, being able to see an angle of one of these really strong paddlers, Soren, Danny, Jake, whoever it might be, being able to get a glimpse of how they're kind of getting into the power phase, etc., can be a really great learning tool for all of us.
Yeah, great point.
So fun to watch in this. Speaking of stroke technique, Bruce Berry has got a really unique approach. We call him the egg beater at home, and he is a very high cadence paddler and relies on sort of the propulsion element of the catch rather than that sort of like deep, long power stroke. And so it'd be fun to watch these guys and kind of compare their cadence, their strokes. Again, step back versus cross bow turn. This is fun to see all these different styles out on the water.
When's the next event?
We have probably about 2-3 minutes. No one's with their board just right now, so probably about 2 or 3 minutes until this next one goes off.
It would appear we're on a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a 9:42 start. We're holding up, which is good for us because we're powering flying devices that bring you pictures from overhead. Harrison, one of the things I've noticed, and this is, of course, I think every paddler is familiar with it, but, as you talk about watching images of yourself or others in the end, there's two things that go on when you're racing with people whose techniques you're not familiar with is the draw to try to match their cadence, someone in front of you, and they're paddling at a higher cadence, that sort of pull to do that, which can lead to inefficiency. And then, of course, when you start to flails, you get really tired and you're trying to sustain some sort of cadence. And, I think a lot of great paddlers and coaches will tell you that really it's just, it's more about having the technical proficiency, slow down, make sure your catch is good. But my goodness, when you're out here racing like this, heart rate through the roof, adrenalized, lactic acid, all of it's going on, the discipline to sustain a solid technical paddle stroke is so difficult.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And not only the paddle stroke, but, when I was out there in my heat, I looked down like approaching buoy 1, and I'm like in front of the handle, just burying the nose of the board.
Really good
because
point.
I have no idea where I am on the board because I'm just concentrating on paddling.
Well, we've talked about the run out and the need to glide and the pop-up, but you're absolutely right, because especially if you're on a board unfamiliar to you, like you were,
right,
you don't know where your feet, you don't intuitively know where your feet are going. You're absolutely right. You need to kind of shimmy around and find the right trim on the board, which you may not even know because you haven't paddled on it very long.
Well, right. And, especially with the rough water in the start, if you're not, leading the pack, you need to be a half step farther back.
Yeah.
so you can kind of take advantage of
Yeah.
of some of those bumps that are coming behind you and not burying the nose.
Yeah, burying
as
your nose,
you're,
yeah.
As you're kind of lean forward and really putting a lot of, emphasis on your catch.
And conversely, some boards you want to be further forward so that you're not burying your tail as you're applying power. I mean, that is the thing. A lot of our competitors here are on borrowed boards that are unfamiliar to them, and so this has been a learning process as we've gone through the last couple of days. Hopefully, after a heat or two. After the sprints, after the 5 or 10K, and then after a heat or two here, people have it kind of more dialed in, but it is a learning curve for a lot of our athletes.
Well, I guess it's paddling's version of the home field advantage, right? When you're close to home, you get to paddle familiar waters and familiar boards, and when you have to travel, you're a little bit at the mercy of what you can beg, borrow, steal, or rent.
That's right. Nonetheless, I think for most of our competitors, spare a few, that this is really about enjoying the scene, having fun, kind of seeing how you measure up, however you can on whatever gear you have. But, man, the scene here in Marine Stadium here in Long Beach, California, could not be better. All right, these guys are now positioning. Quarter till, they've got the 1 minute warning. They're towing the line. Dave Anderson, Barry Williams, Tony Forcier, Andre Stasiak, Joe Bechtold, Jamie Janashik, and Bruce Berry. I don't think we have them all here, though, so I called out a couple names who are not currently on the line.
Non-racers, please clear the area.
Yeah, we got some guys warming up, but they're a little bit close to the course, and actually they're generating some texture on the water that is not a big deal, but we'd prefer not to have.
Racers, ready?
All right, they're off. All right, early start, no clear advantage yet.
Looks like Joe caught his fin on the beach a little bit. One of the factors that's happening here is the tide is going out.
It is going out. You're absolutely
The
right.
tide is going out. So if you were counting steps or practiced your beach start, chances are you've got to retime it as the day goes on.
Yeah. Bruce Berry just made an aggressive cut across the course looking for an inside line here.
Boy, the whole field is taking a very wide approach to the first buoy.
They are.
I can't quite make out who's in first, but the distinctive look of Bruce Berry is taking up second position around the first buoy.
Yeah, I can't make out any numbers from here.
Hey, Robert, who's out in front? Can you tell? Who's on the Atlantis? Tony?
Thanks. Just checking in front. This is Tony Forcier, who's out in front. Bruce Berry in second. Barry Williams third.
Joe Bechtold is bringing up the pack, which is all still pretty much together at this point.
All right, Tony coming into buoy number 2. Bruce right on his back. Great look at it here. Tony opting for the crossbow. Bruce is going to follow suit.
Looks like Bruce got his paddle wrapped up in
He
the
might
anchor
have.
line.
It's opened it up now. These guys are coming inside. Bruce hopping forward to trim. It's a tight race here for second and third. Can hear a little bit of a
Joe finding a
rubbing with Barry and Joe.
trying to find a sliver of water to put your paddle in.
Man, really cool shot from the drone here. View of Tony just doing a really nice job of keeping himself out of trouble, maintaining his lead on Bruce. Probably about a 2 board length lead right now, maybe 2.5. Up to buoy number 3. Step back turn for Tony. Nice job taking it easy. A couple more strokes to get around Bruce is going for the toe side turn. Just quick little strokes.
Bruce made up some ground on that last buoy.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get the overhead view. Yeah, we'll go full drone now here on the screen and check out what that gap is. And I think you might be right. Yeah, Harrison, you're right. That's about a board length now, and Bruce is trying to get over that hump and maybe jump on the draft here. This is where you have to make a move if you're going to. Minimally make a move to get back in touch. This next left shoulder turn, I think, is going to be to Tony's benefit. He's been doing a heel side turn on these. Bruce went for a cross bow. We'll see how they handle this one. This is a pretty acute turn. It's I don't know, about a 120-degree turn. You got to hold back on the tail of your board for a while. Still about a board length between the two.
Boy, the battle for third is raging on.
Yeah, those guys are connected for sure. This is going to be a fun finish at the tail end of this heat. Just overlapping each other. Almost even between Barry and Joe. Tony still holding off Bruce. About a board length. And here we go. We'll see Tony going for that nice and easy step back, sweeping around. Bruce.
And Tony's
in. Tony's gone down. Bruce passing him. And now we just got to get Tony back up on his board so he can sustain a second place here. He's not going to, well, we'll see. We'll see how much he's got here. Bruce took that turn really, really wide to get around Tony, who fell, so we're going to get a drag race here. Bruce, maybe about a half a board length. Tony probably revived by the cold water. Bruce is leaning into it, though. Half a board in front of Tony still. Tony made a nice recovery, steering clear of third and fourth place. Bruce opened up about a board length here. I don't think he's going to relent it. Wow.
I don't know. Tony's going hard.
Looking at this great overhead shot in the drone, we can see it's still about a board length with Bruce out in front. Bruce and Tony, some great entertainment. And here comes Bruce coming home. Great shot overhead, great shot from land. As you can see, Bruce, that really high cadence. Tony doing a nice job to recover and finish just behind him. Great job by both those guys. And now we turn our attention to the battle for third.
Where Joe has pulled.
Joe has pulled it out, hasn't he? All right. Cheering from the shore. Great form finishing for Joe. And Barry, wow. Excellent race. It was our first fall we've seen, and Tony had it well in hand. But that final turn is it's a lot to manage after doing about 600 meters worth of paddling, holding off Bruce Barry breathing down your neck, and really great race by those guys.
Well, not the first fall. We saw Kirsten Marino-Felt.
Oh, that's right.
In the women's.
I had forgotten.
But was able to get up and maintain her position and her. So it looks like we've got, is it Masters or Golden Masters?
Golden
Masters.
Comes the cry from the beach.
Right. Interesting side story here that Kathy McRae, who is lined up in this heat, is married to Joe.
Oh, all right.
So husband and wife here at the USA SUP National Championships.
Very cool.
Making it a family affair. And, of course, we've got birthday girl and current USA SUP president Kristen Thomas lined up in this heat as well.
I've got a lot of kickers. Yeah, anytime, especially in the 10K, we got good shots.
And our uber strong paddler from the Northlands, Jen Fuller. She took the 10K race yesterday for the Golden Masters. Live a fuller life.
Live a fuller life.
Wow. Why not? Yeah. I like it.
That is quite the tagline.
I'm going to change my last name, Harrison.
Or maybe just a stage name, Adam.
Oh, yes. For the rest of this broadcast, I'll be Adam Fuller. All right, the ladies are ready. And we are once again ahead of schedule. This is supposed to go off at 9:59. We're at 9:54. Grant Cooper, Robert Housen done a great job. The rest of our volunteers are keeping us on or ahead of schedule. Harrison, the tide's dropped about 5 feet in terms of beach exposure. And once again, with our golden masters, we're seeing more mirth than tension at the start line. They're posing in their start positions. 2-minute warning. So, in talking with our course designer Jake Graham earlier, he noted he measured in his heat how far he had actually gone, and in the overall 800-meter measurement, he admitted that he had forgotten the run out. So this is actually an 804-meter course, the beach run, adding 4 meters.
Good to know. But also speaking to the precision that we have today with GPS.
Yep.
And setting these courses up. Really an admiration of the clean racing that we've seen here today. People displaying excellent sportsmanship.
All right. Ordered to toe the line. Here we go. Once again, looking to see who can take advantage of that launch off the beach and the glide.
Racers ready?
All right, and they're doing it. Oh, and KT had a great glide there. Jen Fuller up quickly. Not a surprise, those two out in front early. Jen staying with that choke stroke. Jen was telling me the other day, Harrison, that she does not do a lot of tech racing. So this is a new and different thing for her. And, of course, KT does do a lot of tech racing. So it'll be interesting to see. These guys have been battling back and forth this weekend. KT winning the sprints over Jen Fuller. But Jen taking out the 10K yesterday, and those two are comfortably in front, kind of, I would say, nose to nose right now as we're watching them. Great view from the drone. Jen has the inside line. I will see how she does her turn. She was professing that she is, again, not as capable a technical racer in her own mind. We'll see what her turns look like. KT, we know, is pretty good at technical racing. Whether or not they step back or do a crossbow is the real question here as we enter buoy number 1. Jen stepping back up. She knows what she's doing here. Great step back turn. KT following suit. Oh, really close and a little bit. I don't know if there's board contact, but Jen kind of bobbled for a second, and KT overlapping boards now. KT's nose right drawing level with, I'll say, the rear of Jen's board.
Looked like a little bit of incidental contact to me.
Yeah, not a lot. Enough to make Jen bobble. Certainly not any intent there. And now KT has tucked into Jen's draft. Jen's a really powerful. Look at that great stroke. Just so much of her energy forward of her ankles. Just a lot of propulsion from every stroke.
Full ski boot.
Yeah, it's great. They're coming right at us, and you can see Jen's just really efficient. Great paddle stroke. Same with KT. KT is putting on a lot of power. And here we go. Another backside turn from Jen Fuller. Really well done. Was she maybe? Is she on her 14? Yeah, KT going for a
14.
crossbow. And to good effect here. Once again, she's overlapped Jen. And KT staying in contact with Jen, which is going to be the key. Really nice turn, sort of a modified step back, and now a little bit of braking here. Our third place paddler.
That's Kathy McCrae.
Kathy McCrae from the Midwest. And here comes, but this is Annie Myers.
That is Annie Myers.
Stepping back, and nice
Great
turn,
form.
really nice looking turn there.
She's been practicing.
All right, yeah.
Come down to the dock just to do pivot.
All right, the guys here are telling us she's been practicing a fair bit. And CC now here making a nice crossbow turn, and now we're up at the top buoy, and Jen's extended her lead. She's got about a board and maybe 2 board lengths. Again, nice step back turn there. Kristen Thomas matching that step back, swinging around, very nice. And this is it. Now, I think it's going to be very difficult for Kristen to be able to pull even with Jen here, but staying in contact, because as we've seen, nothing is certain. We've had a couple falls at buoy turns, and in that last heat we had Tony Forcier take a dip at the very last turn. So the key here is just staying in contact. Kristen Thomas able to keep this lead as we enter this very subtle right shoulder turn. It's probably about 3, maybe even 4 board lengths now. Jen is really applying a lot of power here.
Great point there, Adam, though. These races are never over until they're over.
Correct.
We're always a bobble or a fall away from one of the most exciting races of the day. We've seen that a couple times here today. That a race that seemed like a foregone conclusion became rather exciting in a hurry.
Yeah, and you can see, if you're just watching, and you can see it from the drone a little bit, but just to as I look over my shoulder, Jen Fuller is just so much power still, really aggressively driving her blade down, and you can see it's paying dividends. She creates daylight between her and Kristen Thomas, and here she comes approaching this really cool shot with an overhead turn. You can see her on both sides of the screen now from water level. She steps back. Well, you wouldn't know she hasn't done a lot of technical racing. This is she's making that look easy. Backside turns both directions. We were talking about that, Harrison, and now you can sort of see that power, and it's great. You can get a sense of her determination, frankly. I mean, just really laying into it.
Oh,
Kristen bobbling a little bit,
bobble there
but
from
she swings
Kristen.
it around and holds it together. And Kristen's, I think, is going to get home safely in second place as Jen Fuller makes a bit of a statement here, just putting distance with every buoy.
Well, we already talked about it.
And we got Kathy, Annie, and Cece pulling up the rear here, but everyone really putting on a pretty good show at the buoys here. I'm impressed by the technical proficiency of all these women.
Oh, a lot of fun to watch here. Here today, whether men's, women's, masters, golden masters. There's something for everyone here to compete at whatever level that they're at, and that's on full display here today.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I want to express my frustration with Jen Fuller, who had me convinced that she didn't know what she was doing on a technical course, and clearly is incredibly proficient.
Well, maybe a bit of gamesmanship there.
With the announcer, maybe. And here comes KT bringing it up on her birthday. That well-known turquoise infinity board that plies the waters around the country and world, frankly. Great job by those two women.
Looks like Kathy McRae has third in this heat locked up.
From your neck of the woods in the Midwest.
Midwest, again, her and Joe run a race in Chicago called Beach to Beach.
Oh, tell us about that.
So Beach to Beach is on Lake Michigan, just north of Chicago. Runs out of the North Shore Yacht Club, which is really just a sailing club, a beach launch sailing club. And it's a point-to-point, 10K and 5K.
She is crossing the line.
It's a lot of fun. Again, Midwest Paddle League, has back-to-back races most weekends, so
very cool.
Make a vacation out of it.
Yeah. Or if you're in town for something else, like a wedding, celebration of some sort,
yeah,
find yourself a race.
Find yourself a race. The thing about races, anywhere in the country is you post out on Facebook that you need a board, and someone generally has one.
Yeah,
for
there's
you.
always a board for you. Here comes Annie, finishing really strong.
Annie's another one of those people who have really kind of stepped up in the community here this weekend and made a lot of friends, and
it's about that as much as it is the competition.
Absolutely.
She works at Mike's Paddle too.
Oh, Annie works at Mike's Paddle. We are reliably informed as an instructor, and I can see why. Huh?
Nice. And CC Mandata coming across the line.
Yep.
CC's one of our Ohana Paddle Club members.
Ah, CC's an Ohana Paddle Club member at Mike's Paddle.
And I believe she just got certified level 1 instructor this season.
No, and she's working on her instructor certification, we're told, too. So really cool. Some all those women deeply entrenched in the paddle scene.
Yeah.
All right. Well, another entertaining heat, Harrison, and the next one is the semifinal for our open male. So look for some speed here.
Yeah, we're definitely progressing here.
Yep.
But it seems like we're going to have a little bit of a break in the action as those men haven't quite been lined up yet. Tell you what, to avoid a time crunch here, I'm going to go put my board away.
All right. Oh, that's right. You got an airplane to catch later on
my,
today.
My rental board from Mike's Paddle, which if anybody on the beach wants to buy, I guess there's great deals on all the Mike's Paddle rental boards here.
Yeah, that's a nice board you're on. What was that board you're on? I'm looking at it right now. It's a 24?
It's SIC Atlantis 24.
Yep.
You know, the dugout with the Atlantis really makes it nice and stable.
Yeah. It's a nice board. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
That is a 14-foot. I'm looking at the side of that thing. 14 by 25, it says.
The Atlantis is 25.5.
The Hala?
No, this
Oh, yeah, no, we're talking about the inflatable on the beach right now.
You know, on the bay with the swell, that's my favorite. It's slow in the flats, but on the bay and for downwinding.
Yeah, our technical producer Levi is
extolling
sharing
the virtues
of
the Atlantis.
That's exactly it.
I don't race, I downwind and surf.
Yeah, not a racer, a downwinder, and a surfer, and the Atlantis
We'll
is
have
his
to
weapon
see
of
what we
choice
can
in the
do about
downwind.
that.
Yeah, sounds like Levi's going to buy a board that he bought. I'm kidding.
we get to ride with
Yeah.
I've ridden every board on the beach here through having a shop. So
Race director Robert Housen is down on the beach raking the seaweed. That is a level of service that we didn't expect, but we're happy to have. Again, we've exposed probably about 6 feet of sand running down, so the as you're looking, it's probably hard to tell from any camera angle we provide, but the racers have about 6 feet or so of soft, fine sand that they'll be running across, and then they kind of pitch down onto a ramp and into the water. And so they've been practicing on the beach in between heats and prior to their heat, and practice will continue to be an imperative because the launch pad is taking on different contours and dimensions, and so they are going to be running sort of downhill now, and the drop off is probably about another 10 feet. So there's plenty of room to run through the water, but fin depth is something to be thinking about as you're paddling or as you're launching off the beach. Again, critical to really get a great start, to launch well, and to really be able to take advantage of the propulsion of your board gliding through the water before you ever even pop up. Races can be won and lost based on the advantage you get on that run down through and into the water. Getting that hole shot, as we call it, into the first buoy, having priority, being able to control the pace and not have to worry about rough water as you're entering a buoy turn is always critical. So it starts from the moment they tow the line, and that launch, those first, I'll say it's probably about 10 steps now. Critical element of the race before your paddle ever makes contact with the water.
Exactly. It's like, I don't need to do that. And I thought to myself,
Hey, Robert, what do we have? A few minutes?
you don't need to go that hard.
For how long?
Yeah.
But she started catching up.
she had a game plan. So yeah.
Just inquiring from our rake man / race director, Robert Housen, doing all the things.
Well, assuming that we don't do enough. We're in negotiations right now to see if we need to do just the same thing.
Okay, so we're about 8 minutes away. I think we'll take a little broadcast break. Harrison and I will return in a minute, and we'll leave you with the camera shot, but it looks like probably back on the mic here in 3 or 4 minutes.
I need to go get my water. I got a good video of you.
Yeah, maybe we have the music.
Yeah, I've been videoing.
We got copyright flagged. So
The answer is no.
no music.
Yep, no problem.
We actually have a break right now, so I'm gonna Yeah, you have to go.
Are we hot? Cool.
Yeah, the re-up, the primary on YouTube re-up to Facebook is working so much better. The stream hasn't crashed once.
All right, we're looking at a resumption of racing. We're back on the mic, back on the air. Drone just launched. We have Jeremy Nicholson, Troy Hendricks, Bo Widener, Paul Pianowski, Oliver Martinez, Dennis Gibson, Anchor Santene, and Jeremy Kaluko. Guys are lining up. This is a full field. I think this is the most folks we've seen lined up. It's going to be a great launch. Looking for some great race action here. This is a talented field. Getting the spacing right once again. Broadcasting live here from Long Beach, California, in Marine Stadium. Great venue. Men's Open, 800-meter tech racing. Heats are about to resume. Got a couple Midwestern guys lined up next to each other here in lanes 1 and 2. I believe everyone else is from California. Oh, nope, Oliver Martinez, Sayulita. Instructions should be given. Our race director for the day, Robert Howson, making sure everyone's got the drill. It's a packed house here on the start line. Eight competitors going to toe the line. Here you go. Two-minute warning. These are anxious moments. 2 minutes of time to pass while you're sitting there shoulder to shoulder with a bunch of fast, strong guys, thinking about what your approach is going to be. About 15 feet of beach to run down before you make contact with the water. Water depth has changed a little as the tide is going out. These guys will be looking to get great propulsion off their last step in the sand and then get great glide from their board and before popping up and really hammering to get to that buoy early. 1 minute. They're going to toe the line now. Great views of the lineup over their shoulders from the drone.
Racers ready?
And we go. Oh, really great starts from a bunch of them. No clear advantage just yet.
Our competitor on the inflatable making a good show of it.
Yeah. Is that Dennis Gibson out in front? It looks, well, it's really no real clear. Two guys battling head to head here. Trying to get a good view. Toe side turn for this first one from our man in the lead.
I don't think that's Dennis.
On the-
I believe
who's on
Dennis,
the red Infinity?
Paddles, yeah, Maroon Infinity.
Yeah, so Dennis is in second place. He was out in the lead. I think that's Paul Pianowski now who's in front. Paul, really strong paddler. Dennis right behind him. And Paul's already got about a board length and a half. You got this split screen, and the drone can kind of see. You can see Paul coming towards us on the right side of your screen, and Dennis able to jump onto Paul's draft here. He closed some distance, so this is going to be tight, those two. Looks like Jeremy's right behind him. He's trying to hop onto that draft. He's going to have to make contact with Dennis to do it, and Dennis is really trying to hang on with Paul, who's putting in a ton of power. Here comes Paul making the turn, backside turn. Excellent proficiency there. Dennis going toe side, but not losing any ground necessarily. Different angles they're coming out with, though. Excellent turning by these guys. A little mix of backside and toe side. Yeah, nice turn by Oliver. He's really been showing some skill there with the technical aspects.
Grown a lot in the last 2 days, I'm sure.
No doubt. All right, so Paul's maintaining his lead. Dennis staying in contact, and we saw Paul take a heel side turn on this buoy number 2. A question in my mind, Harrison, is whether or not Paul's going to be able to do a heel side. We're about to find out. No, he's going to go a bow turn here, and I don't know if Dennis is going to go heel side here and be able to make some ground. And he is going heel side, and he is going to cover some ground here, popping out maybe a half board behind him now. Jeremy going for a cross bow turn. Just going to try to maintain contact with him. If one of those guys goes in, Jeremy's trying to keep a position where he'll be able to take advantage of it. But Paul is really laying in some power, and Dennis, for all the benefit of that good turn he just made, it's difficult to hang on to Paul's tail there.
Seeing a bunch of splash off Dennis's bow. I wonder if he's trimmed up too far on that board.
Yeah, he's trying to get over that hump to get onto Paul's draft. And he's been able to do a good job maintaining contact, and you can see Jeremy with those real fast strokes, high cadence. You know, looking at Paul, who's just really putting in a lot of power. He's a strong guy. And this overhead drone shot's great. You can see how hard it is to kind of grab onto that draft, as you can see those swells. And in fact, the splashes, Harrison, you were just referencing, you can kind of see that swell coming off the back of Paul's board. And as Dennis tries to climb over them, it's a difficult spot to be in, especially when you're going as hard as you can. Paul looks to be comfortably ahead, and it's this final turn. And let's see how he takes this. Heel side turn. Dennis matching him there. Excellent turn, but boy, Paul's acceleration out of these buoy turns, Harrison, has been the difference so far. His ability to get back to the front of his board and just lay it down. That's what's been able to maintain that separation. Dennis looks like he might be in his draft, though. It's just a little over a board length. And Dennis decided
Looks
to go
like
wide
Dennis
here.
is making a push.
He is making a push. He's gone wide. And he's still just looking from this overhead shot. Maybe, I don't know, 3 feet off the side. I don't think Paul's going to give it up easily, though. And in fact,
Boy,
Paul's
I'll tell you
extended a
what.
little bit. He's gapped that overlap, and Paul's going to take this one with an incredible performance from Dennis.
But you got to wonder how much they're going to have left in the tank for the finals.
Yeah, those guys put a lot out here. Paul Pianowski crossing the line first. Great showing. Powerful paddling. Look at that, right to the very end. Yeah, and Dennis.
Great
effort,
paddling
great
by
effort. And
Paul and Dennis there.
Jeremy, Long Beach, California today. Iowa just a few days ago. Really making it look good. Excellent form. These guys all...
Third across the
Great
line,
job.
got Jeremy Nicholson from Iowa.
Jeremy, then Bo Widener. And now Oliver. Next across the line, Oliver, a youngster who's shown a lot of great technical skill. Hard to match the power of some of these guys. Yeah. All right. I'm going to tell you what, Harrison, if this course was a shorter, tighter course, we'd probably see Oliver a couple spots ahead given his turning prowess.
I hear you on that one.
And Troy Hendricks doing the battle on the 14-foot inflatable hull.
that's
just
not
really impressive.
Troy.
Oh, it's not Troy? Which one's
Troy's
that?
back one.
Oh, is that Jeremy? Sorry.
Nope, Jeremy already finished.
No, who we
Try
got?
again.
I'm looking at the finish line here. our live heats is doing me wrong.
So Troy is just crossing the line.
There's
now.
Troy. Yeah, sorry. And Anker will be behind him.
The only reason I know Troy and Jeremy is they're Midwest paddlers, and I
Wait, that
paddle
was
with
Jeremy.
them
That
on
was
a
Jeremy
regular.
on the Hollow, wasn't it?
Jeremy Nicholson was on a sprint.
Oh yeah, right.
and
You are.
was
They switched them around.
third across the line.
Okay, yeah. We'll get that corrected on live feeds. Great job, Anker. What happened here?
Oh,
It was Jeremy on the Hollow. Just there was two
Jeremy
Jeremys on the course.
Kaluko.
Jeremy Kaluko. All right, so two Jeremys on the course. Pardon our confusion.
Open female semis are called to the line.
Okay, Susan Krupa McCune, Linan Escatel, Katie Krasbrick, Betsy Duke, Jennifer Flanagan, Megan Gideon, Leanne Peterson.
How many more heats left?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Many heats left.
Run out of battery. What are we at?
This one's still hurt.
We have a full run right now.
So we can save, we can skip a couple and let them charge up to guarantee we have battery for the files.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Apologies to those online. We're trying to manage battery on the drone and are trying to make sure that we have battery for the finals. So we're gonna do our best to call these next couple races as best we can. Do we have a live shot of the course that isn't a drone shot?
Yeah, we have the telephone.
Yeah, we'll have shots from the course for those watching the live stream. And we'll do our best to man those cameras and pan as necessary and catch the action. We could probably retest this camera that's showing us in the broadcast here as well, so we've got a better view of some of the buoy turns.
We've been given the 2-minute warning on this heat.
Everybody stay away from the race course, please.
Women's open.
Did you take it out of turf mode? No. Take it out of turf mode. Let's see what it does.
A lot of excitement and camaraderie on the start line. Love to see it. Adam, I feel like we're commentating golf here today. Both of us have kind of calmed down and our voices have gotten deeper.
Well, we don't want to step on race director Robert Housen's voice. He's the one giving the real instructions.
Right. And we need to whisper so people can make their putts.
Yep. Exactly it. Well, it is a fine-tuned moment as you launch out here, right? The coordinations we discussed before, getting your footwork down, getting your glide down, getting your into the standing up position, and then making sure your feet are in the right spot as you experienced. It's a lot to think about, maybe more than a golf putt.
The meaningful pause adds to the dynamic nature of the event.
Yeah, we're in bunny mode,
All right, the calm before the storm, just the generator in the background humming away, powering this live broadcast. It's either that or the nerves that I'm hearing. Another competitor's kicking the sand, getting the 1-minute warning, ordered to toe the line. About 15-foot run down to the water.
Out in the race course, please move away. Go to your right.
Paddlers are being cautioned who are doing warm-ups. They're crowding the race course. We want them away.
Racers ready?
And they're off. Wow, a great glide and start from Betsy Duke.
Yeah, Betsy got a really great start there. As did Leanne.
Leanne, one of our 12'6" competitors, opting for the shorter bores.
Okay, we'll see if that pays off around the turns. Probably a little slower in the straightaway, but we'll see how that goes. We got a nice crowd right there at the front three. Betsy got probably the best start. Leanne right there with her. Those two ladies are putting down a lot of power. You can kind of see all that energy going into that catch. They're beginning to open up some distance, and this is where it pays off. Take advantage of it in the turn. They're hopping back on the board. Betsy switching sides, going for a heel side turn, as is Leanne. You got to bring it all the way around. This is where it's tough. You just burnt up all of that energy heading out, and you got to make that really acute 180-degree turn coming back towards us now, Harrison.
Right.
Looks like Betsy's got the edge here coming towards us. Tough spot to be if you're not one of those front three. Plenty of wash for the competitors behind them to have to deal with. And we're going to get a good view of that here as they come down to buoy number 2.
Can't emphasize enough what a great perspective this is here with us on the finish line after the first buoy, how the pack is coming right at us. It's just a really dynamic viewpoint.
Yeah, this is sort of the bottom of the M here, and the way Jake Graham has designed the course, it also serves as the finish line. And here we've got Betsy approaching us comfortably ahead. We'll see if she does a toe side turn. It looks like she's going to go for a cross bow. Oh no, she's going to kind of sweep it around. Staying with toe side, just focusing now. She's going to kind of throw the brakes on, which is going to give folks a chance to kind of catch up, and she goes in.
Oh, and our leader is
all right,
down on
so
the
Betsy's
course.
down. She's going to pop back up. Everyone has to go wide around her. It's the one benefit if you fall, if you're in the lead. Everyone goes wide. She's back up. She's going to be able to stay in touch, but we got a crowded field now. And this thing is essentially restarted. Who is that in the green trunks who's paddling away from us? Linanne, okay. So Linanne benefiting from that pile up at buoy number 2.
Betsy with that unfortunate fall. Betsy was the Midwest Paddle League Female Rookie of the Year this year, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, I can see
she's
why. Great paddler.
Reasonably new to paddling.
And that's one of the most difficult skills is that buoy turn.
Especially when you're on a board that you rented. That you're not
True
familiar
story.
with.
So Linanne Escatel has managed to benefit from that. She's now leading out. Is going for a step back turn here. Looks pretty comfortable. It's a nice turn. And this is it. All the women are in contact with each other, though, here. Anything can happen from this point on.
This is probably the tightest pack we've seen here yet today, making for some really exciting racing.
Yeah, when you have a pack leader falling in an early buoy, that will happen. And Linanne is really profiting from this now. She is putting, I think, about a board and a half, maybe 2 board lengths on the rest of the field. Boy, that back grouping of ladies, though, is still really tight. And Betsy's struggling to recover from that fall. That can be an exhausting effort to climb back on your board as people are going around you. It's a high adrenaline moment. It's a high output moment.
Oh, yeah, and the amount of energy you've got to expend there really puts you at a disadvantage. Yeah, it looks like Jennifer Flanagan in the 3rd position there.
We got a little bit of a challenge.
Boy, a move from the back.
We can't see the number. Who is that in 2nd place? Susan, thanks. Love our volunteers who are incredibly helpful on shore here. Susan Krupa McCune. So Linanne and Susan.
Susan just passed like 3 people on that little kink.
Yeah, that was no doubt the 2 front runners here, the 2 who made the best use of that pile up at buoy number 2. And Linanne going for another heel side turn. Susan going for a crossbow. I think that is going to probably be a differentiator here coming down. we're looking down a pretty long line, so it's difficult to tell what the gap is, but it looked like Lynn Ann really took that turn very easily on her heels, while Susan opted for the
about a
crossbow.
board and a half length from my perspective here.
Looks about it. We'll
Lynn
find
Ann
out here in a
over.
moment as they come across the line. Yeah, more like 2 board lengths it looks like.
Lynn Ann is digging hard and appears to be pulling away a little bit.
Yeah, she seems comfortable at this point, and probably is. The problem is, as much as you want to conserve energy coming down the line, you have
We've
about
got a
100
challenge
people
mounting
shouting.
here.
We do, yep.
We definitely, that gap has been closed quickly.
This is a semifinal, so they'll both go through.
Right.
But here we go. Great effort. Question is how much energy do they go through with? But tremendous paddling by these two. Frankly, by all the ladies. Lynn Ann, Susan crossing over. Susan's got a
Jennifer
pile
Flanagan's
of
gonna be
Jennifer
third across the
Flanagan
line.
third. Pile of seaweed on Susan's board. Betsy and Katie coming across here. Betsy recovering well to finish in 4th after that fall at buoy number 2.
Megan comes across the line.
And then Leanne. All right. Hey.
Wow, what an
fun
exciting
race.
heat.
Yeah.
They all stayed in a tight group. Couple multi-board passes back in the pack. Had a fall for a change of lead. It doesn't get much better than that.
No, that's what tech racing is often about. I'll tell you, I was starting to say it and they came across the line, but it's tough. You want to conserve your energy, but there's like 100 people on the beach shouting for you to dig.
Yeah.
How can you deny what they want?
Give the people what they want.
Exactly right.
Let them eat cake.
And then I'll just a little public service announcement for those of us on the beach. Folks who are warming up, make sure that you're warming up away from the course as you launch off the beach. Make a right-hand turn. Keep the course nice and clean.
Yeah, way off the course.
Yeah.
There's, plenty of water.
There's a total and complete ocean not a mile from here. Okay, Masters 50 Plus semifinal heat number 1 is coming up here. We got Rich D'Souza, local, your guesser, I think also a local. Sean Arnold, well, local. Ivan Stork from the Northwest region. Sean Tierney, also Southwest region. Harrison, you're in this one.
Well, yeah. I decided to sit this one out
okay.
and let somebody else capture last place.
Harrison's the scratch. So we will have 5 competitors towing the line. And for those of you watching at home, we've temporarily sat the drone down just to make sure we've got it for the finals here. I'd love to be able to bring you the drone footage, but we made sure in the early quarterfinal heats that we were flying the drone. Every competitor out here is going to have some footage of themselves from the sky, which is really cool. As we get through some of these semifinals, we're going to make sure that we've got the juice required for the finals, and I think you're going to want to see those from the aspect of the drone. Harrison and I are doing our best jobs to call the races from here. Technical producer Levi and our drone pilot Alex are working the ground cameras, so we get a good view for you at home. But stick with us because we'll have the eye in the sky back up here in the not too distant future. Harrison, we were describing before, that drone footage, just as a SUP fan, is so fun to have. It gives you that unique perspective and kind of unlocks a couple of cues about paddle technique, stroke technique, race tactics, etc. It's a perspective that is I can't get enough of.
Well, it's been a game changer for SUP, and will be a key to unlocking the viewership of SUP as we kind of enter into an era where hopefully we become an Olympic sport and is somewhat more exciting to watch than say biathlon or golf.
Indeed.
I'm sure I will draw some ire for that comment.
Real professionals in golf are the
Especially when you can watch the grass grow live on TV. Looking down the beach, we see Danny Ching, always the educator.
Yeah, we're working with Meili Yagi. Oh, now they're being scolded. Too close to the course, yeah. It's all these. I mean, this is Harrison. It is an absolutely perfect day here in Southern California in Marine Stadium in Long Beach, and one way to pass the time and stay loose and warm is, of course, to practice your beach starts, your stroke, etc. So we've got competitors just off to our right as we look out on the course who have been paddling and warming up. And not a difficult challenge, but just making sure they're staying clear of the course as we launch out. And any ripple does play a factor, particularly in that 1 minute warning, in that particular moment when you're sort of bobbling as you pop up from your launch on your board to your feet. Critical moment, want clean water.
Again, the water is about 8 feet farther away than it was when we started this morning.
All right. And off they go. And it looks like Jurg probably got the best start here.
Got the best start, got the whole shot.
Yep. Sean Tierney, nice start as well. I mean, they're all right there.
Sean with that quick blade Stingray paddle.
Couple Seans on the course, so let's not repeat our Jeremy issue.
Yeah.
Multiple
Sean
Seans here,
Arnold.
multiple Jeremys here. We love them all. All right, so Jurg looks like he's out in front pretty comfortably. Ivan doing a nice job
Ivan's
of pulling up.
making a move there.
Ivan's I can attest from paddling against him all the time. He's a very powerful paddler. He gets a lot into those strokes, and I will tell you this too. It is a nightmare to be behind him. He really sort of pounds that board and generates a lot of wake. So coming into this turn, it's going to be difficult to be behind him and Jurg. Jurg setting up for his heel side turn, it looks like. Ivan will as well. Little bobble there from Ivan. Ivan making the inside turn, sweeping around. Jurg's made it comfortable. There's room for Ivan to come inside, but it looks like he's still behind Jurg, judging by the view. So it looks like it's going to be set up for a straight line draft here. Really great shot of these guys. Great view for us, Harrison, of them coming down the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little bobble from Jurg and Ivan. Both kind of had like a little pause there in their paddle stroking, but it doesn't seem to affect them that much. Ivan appears to be maybe overlapping with the back of Jurg's board. Jurg looks nice and calm, though. Really you can tell. It looks like he's really trying to slow his heart rate down a bit, just sort of gather himself coming into this turn. Interesting to see if he opts to go heel side or if he goes for a crossbow. He's in control. Either one works, and he doesn't have a ton of distance, so it's not like he needs to gap anyone here. It'll be the pull away that counts. Let's see. He's going to go toe side. Probably get a bow turn in here. Ivan's going to do the same thing, stroking around, just trying to follow with Jurg, stay in contact. Everyone's actually going for a crossbow turn on this one. Wow, tons of overlap here. Great racing action.
And we've got, Sean Arnold on the back of... Is that another Sean?
No, I think that is Rich D'Souza, who Sean Arnold was kind of stepping on. Rich was able to get away cleanly, and now they're just lined up. And this is about the last moment when you really want to be thinking about just straight line drafting, because the opportunity to overtake is after this next buoy number 3, because buoy number 4 is a really modest turn. It doesn't require a lot of technical footwork, so you're able to kind of sustain power going around it. So it's a long, I'll say about 150, maybe even 160 meter run out from this turn number 3. Backside turn for all of these guys in all likelihood. Ivan coming around, Jurg there. And this is where 2 days of racing prior is really going to kind of hamper anyone's effort to pull ahead. Jurg a little bobble there as he tried to kind of get back into his race stance, and Ivan's got an inside line now.
I think this is Ivan's shot if he wants it.
And he might be taking it. From right here, it looks like they're either even or Ivan might be pulling ahead. Jurg appears to have slowed down a little, but it's hard to know. Now he's found some power again here, has Jurg. Ivan working hard. You can see that water flicking off his blade.
It's amazing what you can find in the tank in reserve when you see
these guys
somebody
are
next
neck
to you.
and neck here. Ivan and Jurg coming around this turn. Just a little bit foot steering will do it. You're going for some cross battle. It's going to give Ivan an opportunity to jump ahead, and it looks like he's taking advantage of it by about a half a board. Jurg's nose looks to be pulling back even with Ivan, but this is going to be a crazy turn here coming into the final turn before the long leg out to the finish. Ivan, maybe a nose. He's got the inside line. If he can sustain his positioning here, no doubt Jurg's going to be pressing really hard to force Ivan to have a rushed buoy turn.
Looks like Jurg might be running low on fuel there. His cadence is slowed quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's either he's running low on fuel or he's saving something up. He recognizes he doesn't have priority on this turn. Ivan's going to get to the turn first, it looks like, and Jurg's going to have to overtake him in this long stretch out. So if Jurg is maybe kind of holding something in reserve, Ivan taking his time with this turn. And now this is where he's got to sprint away. If he's going to win this, he's got to put some distance away from Jurg, keep him off his draft.
Again, this isn't the finals. They don't have to win it.
They don't have to win it, but they want to.
They got to have something in the tank.
Oh, and Ivan doing a really nice job, applying a ton of power here, coming down the finish. Jurg's throwing it down. He's definitely picked up his cadence, has Jurg. These guys are all paddling really well. This is some nice, I was just looking down the line. They all look great. Yeah, and Ivan's got this one, I think. Looks like he's got about a board and a half on Jurg, maybe even a little bit more. We'll see. Jurg's fighting back, though, and we've seen this before. This is the last 100 meters. Ivan pressing hard. Jurg looks comfortable. I think Jurg is sort of taking your advice, Harrison. Doesn't need to lay it all out here. And Ivan's got about 2 board lengths, maybe a board and a half. He's got it sewn up. Jurg's good for second, stands up, looks over his shoulder, and decides how many calories he needs to expend here in the final 30 meters. Ivan going to take this one home. Great racing by those two. Absolutely tremendous. Ivan takes this heat, semifinal. Jurg number 2. Sean leading out Rich. Everyone looking really good. Great job by all of these paddlers. That was a pretty exciting race.
Really, really was.
That's the first time, I think, Harrison, we've seen someone overtake coming out of buoy 3, which we've been talking about. And here comes Sean over the line to wrap it up. But this is the first time we've seen someone overtake in buoy 3, which we've opined is the, and frankly, our race designer, our course designer, Jake Graham, said is that is the part of the race course where you've got to make your move. Waiting till this final straightaway is not a sure bet.
Yeah, that's actually buoy 4, I believe, the kink where we saw.
Oh no, but I'm saying from buoy 3. So from the
buoy
you've got to make your move from buoy 3, and because buoy 4 is just as you say, like a little dog leg.
Yes.
You do not. Speaking of golf, you do not need to really do much but foot steer. And actually, that is, I think, where the race was decided. Jurg decided to go for a little crossbow to complete that angle. Ivan stayed on the outside of that turn and foot steered in and made a little sweeping move, and that was all he needed to kind of get a nose on Jurg. But Jurg did a nice job holding energy. He's got something in the tank still for the final.
Should be a good one.
Terrific race.
So we have like 1 more hour.
So we just did that. We've got Golden Masters semifinal. Now, yeah, so we got to launch again after this next one because these are all finals.
Oh, okay.
Right. So,
So
we're
this-
gonna sit down the next race.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That works out perfect.
Yeah. So our Golden Masters semifinal is our next up. It is our last semifinal. So after this, we're going to relaunch the drone. It's a series of finals. I'll read them down for you, just so you folks at home can know what's coming. Our first final is going to be the men's open, followed by the female open, then our female masters, then our male masters, and then we go to our Golden Masters male, Golden Masters female, our youth. Oh wait, no, I'm getting into an unusual spot, but I'll stop there. Those are our finals as we're coming up. So approaching finals portion of the day, you'll want to stay tuned. They promise to deliver entertainment. So as we get everyone lined up for this next semi, I think the trends of the day are glide off the start. Whoever wins that is moving on. We've seen everyone who's sort of popped up on their board ahead of the pack has finished either 1 or 2. Same with the folks who have been able to do hillside turns on all of the turns. That has been a predictor of winning or advancing.
How much time did we say, Grant?
4 minutes. 4 minutes till our next semifinal. It is going to be the Golden Masters. Our Golden Masters semifinal coming up. Michael Markunis, Joe Bechtold, Rafi Manukian, Barry Williams, and Rob Heineman. I'm watching Joe Bechtold kind of measuring the depth of the water as the tide continues to recede. It is an increasingly long run down the beach. Not too much, but you're running downhill into the water, and the guys are wisely kind of checking depth. You don't want to launch too soon, lest your fin drag. You don't want to launch too late, lest you begin to lose speed as your legs get caught up in the water. There really is a perfect spot. And now you will see some really great pros sometimes just jump right to their feet. Probably not the best move for everyone here. Harrison, it really is. For most of us, the best option is to just get as much propulsion as you can, lay belly down, and just feel your board glide under you, and it'll kind of tell you when it's time to get up and go.
I opted for the run to knee myself.
That works too. Yeah, but this is great. I mean, if you're coming from a spot where you don't really have sandy beaches, where you don't have beach starts, these can be incredibly fun. They're stressful for sure if you don't really have a ton of experience doing it. But my goodness, it's a different way to start a race, and it can be humbling. But it's an exciting new way to start a race. And I'll be honest, a lot of our races, 1 minute warning's been given, a lot of our races in Seattle, for instance, we're trying to hold water in wind and current. It's sort of a pain in the butt. You're sitting there just trying to like feather your board the whole time. This is a different kind of racing.
There's still the women's masters and the grandmasters.
All right, order to toe the line.
Racers, ready? Racers, ready?
And they're off. All right, really nice starts from Michael Markunis and Rob Heineman, and they are out in front once again. He who glides longest glides best, and Michael Markunis, who did really well in the sprints the other day, so we know he's got good straight line speed, and he got a really nice start. It's not if you're behind him where you want to be with a guy who's shown that he can sprint. But Rob Heineman did a nice job of getting his gliding as well. And it looks like he is probably in second, although I think that's Joe Bechtold has done a nice job of kind of
right up there in
keeping
the front.
ground.
Again, this whole crowd appears to be taking a pretty wide line to that first buoy.
They have, and I wonder if the water's pulling them off to their right. Not a bad thing necessarily if everyone else is taking the same line to take it wide, because it gives them a better angle with which to take the turn. It's not quite as acute. Michael Markunis is going to take this with the crossbow, as is Joe Bechtold. It looks like everyone's crossbow. Oh, no, that's not true. Rob Heineman's gone for the hillside turn, but he's on the outside, so he's not going to be able to make much ground. And Barry Williams also going hillside.
Little bobble there from Joe.
Yep. But now Michael, nice, powerful strokes coming down towards us. He looks really good, doesn't he?
Yeah, solid. In command.
Yep. And this is where you really have to make decisions. It looks like he's got about a board, maybe even 2 board lengths on everyone. He's making nice headway. This is where you have to decide if you want to take a moment to bring your heart rate down. But you can't really take anything for chance. And they're just spreading out on the course. I think the water is pulling folks off to our right as we look at it, because they are all drifting off that way, and it's not because of the side they're paddling on, I don't think. We may have a bit of current running through here. And here goes Michael Markunis making a nice heel side turn, swinging it all the way around. Seems like all the contestants have gotten a sense of the course. We had a few early misses. Joe Bechtold going for a crossbow. And that forces Rafi too as well.
Rafi in third, yeah.
And Rob Heineman making a nice heel side turn, but he's got stalled out here. This is a tricky spot to be when you got kind of hung up on someone's board in front of you and you stall out on speed. But Michael looks nice and relaxed now. He's getting good power on that stroke. Nice and easy. These guys have all kind of settled into a pace here, but this is where it's going to have to happen. If Rafi is going to make a move on Joe, it's going to have to be after this buoy number 3 turn in all likelihood, although we've seen, and I think it was our Grand Masters race before, and once again another crossbow turn from Michael, but he's got enough gap, it looks like it's comfortable for him. I think we saw the fall was a Grand Masters semi, or we saw a fall at the buoy number 5. So anything can happen. And Joe's keeping contact with Michael here.
Staying about a board and a half.
Yep.
By the looks of it.
And for him, the key, though, is not to surrender a position to Rafi. He's right behind him. Michael approaching this dogleg turn at buoy number 4. He's going to step back. He's actually stepping back a fair amount. Drops a little bit of speed. Nicely done, though. Joe looks like he's opting just a little crossbound. He's going to drop some speed there, and now Rafi is just going to paddle right through it, giving himself an opportunity here. If he can get another good, solid couple of strokes, and he might be able to jump onto Joe's draft, but it's just a little too far away, not in contact.
Same thing with Joe with the leader. He's just a little bit too far back to get that pickup from the draft.
Yeah, they're definitely benefiting from the guys in front of them, especially as they're going up current here. But this is where it'd be really helpful to be on someone's draft. As you're making that turn off of 4 heading to 5, and you've got current opposing you, it looks like. And here we go.
Makes sense, as there's less water in the stadium area as it gets pulled out to sea as the tide recedes. There's going to be a little bit of pull that happens.
All right, and we've got...
I'm also noticing the flag behind you, Adam. The wind has shifted.
The wind has shifted. We got Michael has made a turn. He's taking a little... Can you guys step back? Just a little... Thanks. Yeah, now we got Rafi making his turn here, and I think Michael Markunis sort of sensed that he had lost a little bit of distance there. He's throwing down some power and pace again here. Joe seems to have comfortably gapped Rafi. It looks like these two guys are going to come in with their seat in the final ready to go. But Joe's not giving up. He's pushing hard. And once again, the people on the beach are screaming for him to dig, 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 and all they want to do is ease up and save some, give the people what they want, as you said.
Yeah.
Prove it, someone just yelled. Oh, Joe's hammering now. He wants it.
Oh, Joe wants it. Joe
Michael's not going to give it up. Michael's looking over to the timer saying, am I done yet? Really great job by these two. Oh, you can tell that left a mark for Michael. Probably Joe as well. A ton of effort there. And here we go. Rafi fending off Barry. Choke stroke. Really nice. Good to see a strong finish from these guys. Excellent, excellent race there. Michael Markunis got the best launch off the beach and never really looked back, did he?
No, he was in command the entire time.
Here comes Rob Heidemann.
But not without challenge.
Yeah. Rob's feeling it, man. A lot of work out there. Nice job, Rob. All right. It's just about drone time.
Robert Heineman bringing up the rear on that. Again, one half of the husband and wife team, Shirley and Robert.
Yeah, you put them together, you win the whole race. I don't know if that actually works out by the numbers, but 2 Heinemann's greater than 1. Okay, hey, listen.
We're lining up for the finals.
This is the men's open final. Coming up. Bo Widener, Dave Baney, Ethan Huff, Danny Ching, Jake Graham, Paul Pianowski, Dennis Gibson, Jeremy Nicholson.
What a lineup.
It's a great lineup. I love this. Little mini battle of the brands going on with 404 and Infinity. Danny and Dave head to head.
And we've got Jake on the starboard.
Yep. Jake will be out on his starboard.
He could play spoiler.
Depends what happens at the buoy turns, that's for sure. Can we go full drone for this until the finish? I think people are going to want to see the...
And we're back airborne with our drone.
Once it lands.
Yeah.
We're going to try and make up for lost time and give you the drone footage the whole way here.
All right, the drone's back up.
Instead of the awesome view of the back of my head. Mood is still light on the start line.
I'm just eyeballing these guys at the line. This is a pretty fit crew, Harrison. Dave Baney out in the water, checking depth. And this is critical. The little stuff counts here. Most notably, dragging a fin would be pretty disastrous.
Catching a fin on the sand, it could be the difference here.
Yep. All right, they got a 3-minute warning here in the line. You guys are sort of making their final checks, making sure stuff is where they want it, making sure their watches are on. Everyone's wants their metrics. Win, lose, or draw. How fast did I go? It's warmed up nicely, even here in the shade, Harrison. We're probably in the mid-70s is my guess. Beautiful sunny day in Southern California in Long Beach at Marine Stadium. Tide's going out. It appears to be pulling. These guys are probably going to easily overcome it, but it appears to have pulled some of these heats just to the right as they launch. So we've seen them approach buoy number 1 from a wider angle, coming from right to left than we had seen earlier. I suspect these guys are going to make a straight line right for it. And then it's really about efficiency and turning. And then, you know, as we've seen, your opportunity for passing after we get to that first buoy really opens up at about buoy number 3. And we've seen a couple of lead exchanges from between buoy number 3 and the finish line. I think we've seen that like 2 or 3 times so far.
Just been given the 2-minute warning. The joking on the start line has stopped.
Yeah.
Everyone is quiet, focused.
Yep. There is a cease to the mirth. The crowd is quiet too. This does feel like a golf tournament.
It really does.
No one warming up on the course. They're seconds away from the start here.
No reason to have your focus anywhere else at this moment.
Nice overhead shot.
Start, feet in the line.
Called to the line.
We're about 45 seconds away now.
Racers ready?
Here we go. Oh, and Dave Bainey got a great start. So did Danny.
Oh, beautiful.
Just amazing glide right there, right up to his feet. Those two are really going for it. It's going to be hard for Dave to match Danny's speed out to the buoy. Jake's right there where we thought it would be, and those front three are exactly who we thought it would be. Danny hammering out to that first buoy. Dave jumping on that side draft a little bit. It's tough to be behind Danny. Look at that wake he's generating. You can see Jake and the others kind of struggling back there. Danny is really laying down a lot of dirty water behind him. Dave's in a nice spot, though, able to tuck in behind Danny here for our final. This is our men's open final you're watching. Buoy number 1, Danny Ching in control. Dave Bainey right behind him, and Dave is well within touch. Dave going for a toe side turn. Step back nicely. Danny went for heel side, and he's going to open up a gap here on Dave. And has about 2 board lengths out of that buoy. He's hammering away, and it's going to be Dave now in no man's land with Danny just hammering down right towards us. And look at that power. He's coming head on to us. That blade, his bottom hand is just about to his rail as we watch him come towards us. I mean, look at the depth on that blade.
Look how short the paddle is.
Wow, it's all of it. Here he comes. Looked over his shoulder, checked it out. Probably trying to gather his heart rate in a little bit now. Here we go. Buoy number 2, Danny's going to go toe side turn, crossbow turn. Dave might have a chance to make up a little bit of ground here. He's going to go heel side turn.
Oh, a
probably
rare
more efficient
bobble
turn.
from Danny.
A little bobble
up
from
front.
Danny. Dave, very nice turn. Quickly climbs back up. Bobble from him too. Jake's just trying to sustain here. Jake comes around. Nice heel side turn from Jake Graham, our course designer. I think that's Dennis right behind him.
Dennis Gibson, yeah.
And then they turn Paul Pianowski right on Dennis's heel. And, all the way through these ranks, these guys are racing each other. It doesn't matter if they think they're going to get a medal or not. Bragging points for sure in a men's open final. And Jeremy Nicholson looking really good bringing up the back. And it shows you just how fast all these guys are. We got a speedster out there bringing up the rear. Actually looking really good. Danny's already making a turn at buoy number 3. It shows you Danny's speed as we got a fast Jeremy Nicholson making his turn. And Danny's already on the next leg. Dave Bainey going heel side. And Danny's doing exactly what we expected him to do.
Danny's doing what Danny does.
Yes, paddling fast. And now I think we're really looking for Jake and Dave. And Dave seems to have sort of eased up a little, whether he wants to or not. And the question is can Jake dig deep and reel in Dave Bainey here? Jake's opened some ground on Dennis and the rest of the gang.
Danny steps back at the kink.
Yeah, well, he had the opportunity to with a 15 board length lead. And you can see Danny's not getting quite as deep as he was in that second leg coming down towards us. He knows he's got this thing sewn up if he nails this turn at buoy number 5. And here we go. Jake looks like he's beginning to overlap. And if we could, Alex is swinging around the drone so we get a view of that race for number 2. And this is going to be sporty. These guys are right next to each other. Jake is just on Dave Bainey's tail, and this is going to be a pressure-filled final turn here.
We've got Paul putting a move.
Yeah, Paul is really hammering.
Dennis Gibson.
Yep, I mean, like I said, these guys are going to be racing for pride all the way through the ranks, so we're going to see some pretty great action. Swinging back around, and here you see it. Danny's already on his way in.
Danny's on his way
in. Here comes the turn at number 2, and Alex has got a great shot of it on the drone. Jake swinging around right on Dave's tail. Dave hammering home. Jake's in a good spot, but Dave is laying it down. I think he still had some in the tank, and we're about to see if Dave Bainey, 47-year-old Dave Bainey, has it in him because he has been racing really fast this year. It's been impressive to watch. Here comes Danny. What an amazing display of speed and technical skill. And there's your men's open champion. Coming across the line. Styling for some pictures. Nice job, Danny Chang, our men's open champion. And here comes the drag race for number 2. Jake Graham, Dave Bainey. Look at this. Dave's sort of veering into Jake. Jake's standing up. He sees the contact coming. And these guys are going to have to lay it down. About 80 yards to go. And Jake is pinching Dave off, and this is rubbing his race, and that's some sport. Dave's digging deep. Jake coming with him. I think Dave's got it. Digging way deep. Jake tried to pinch him off. There's your 2 and 3. Dave Bainey holding him off, and that was some racing tactics right there. Dave paid the physical toll, but he walks away with number 2 behind Danny Ching, which is quite a feat. Jake Graham with a great race. Here's Paul Pianowski holding off Dennis, and Ethan Hupp right behind them. That in itself was an impressive race by those 3. And Bo Widener coming in, also great pace.
What a great final.
Yeah, amazing final. And once again, we got Jeremy bringing in the tail end of the pack, himself having paddled a great race. But when you've got Danny Ching drawing everyone out in front, everyone else looks a little bit slower. So there we go.
Well,
Men's
really
Open
kudos
champion.
to Jeremy. You know, this is the first time he's done a race like this, and to, you know, make the men's open final is a credit to his athleticism.
Yep, here comes our guy from Iowa. Give a hand for Jeremy, bringing up the end of the final here. Nice job. Terrific, terrific race by Danny Ching. And then a great show by Jake Graham and Dave Bainey. Jake working some of the dark arts there, trying to pinch Dave Bainey's blade off. That's all fair game in my book. Harrison kind of pinched him off, and Dave switched sides and said, okay, we'll go rail on rail, and just fought Jake off.
They congratulate themselves on the water.
Yeah, great race. Great race. And like we said, when you get to the final, you come in 5th, you come in 6th, you come in 7th, you get to say that's how fast you were compared to all the other guys. So a lot of pride on the line from 1st through 8th, assuming we have a full 8 spots as we kind of progress through these finals. All right, let's move on, Harrison. Next up, we're going.
Women's Open final. Two women from the Midwest here.
Yeah, Betsy Duke, one of them.
Kristen Marino-Lefelt, and Katniss Paris.
Honorary Midwesterner.
Paddled in Michigan for a lot of years. Makes Florida home now.
Yep. All right, so we got Betsy Duke, Lynanne Escatel, Kirsten Marino-Lefelt, Katniss Paris, Soren Preston, Maylee Yagi, Susan Krupa-McCune, Jennifer Flanagan. So we got a couple young guns in here with Maylee and Soren, and Soren really impressed in one of her earlier heats. But you got some real speed here with her and Katniss, and these are all fast ladies. Soren and Katniss lined up next to each other. In the sprints we saw they both had a ton of speed. In the open heats we saw a ton of speed. Katniss, I think, had a course mapping issue early on, but showed that wasn't a problem for her, and she's got this nailed down now in her head. So we look for nice, high-quality M-course tech racing here.
Saw Maylee practicing her beach starts with Danny earlier in the day. Started to look very smooth. See what she can do with the beach start here today. Looks like all the women are in their lanes, and we're kind of getting ready to go. But it'll be just a few minutes. Doing a little maintenance on the beach. Here in Marine Stadium, as the tide has gone down, it has exposed a layer of very slippery seaweed.
Kenny Kwong got after it so hard with the rake, he snapped it in half. That's his power. It's a good thing he's not out here paddling with that sort of energy and enthusiasm.
Yeah. Kenny's our safety officer here today as well.
/ raker. I want to thank all of our volunteers who are making this possible. These guys are down there raking, but we got people all over the place who are helping support this, and some of them are racing as well. But yeah, the water, I would say, what is that? Probably 15 extra feet, maybe a little more, that has been exposed since we started racing. Well, maybe more like 10 feet that's been exposed, but we've got a 15-foot downhill ramp, about 4 feet of nice fine sand, then downhill into the water. We saw some of the competitors going in before checking the depth. Your fin placement as you launch in is pretty critical.
The wind is picking up to our backs, which will face the nose of the competitors throughout most of the course.
Yeah, you can see the buoys, that buoy number 1 is doing the bungee thing out there in the breeze. So it is on the water. You can see it kind of dancing around a little bit.
Perhaps only a few knots, but every little bit makes a difference at this level.
Yep. We're going to do a depth check over here. Yeah. With the time we have, I think everyone's realizing not a bad idea to kind of see what it's going to feel like when you hit the water. And this is Harrison. We're harping on it, but it's a real thing. He who glides furthest glides best, and we've seen that be a differentiator in the race out to the first buoy, which is a critical spot to land in.
You know, when you think about it, Adam, when you do a beach start and you're launching off that glide, that's pretty much the fastest you're ever going to go on a paddleboard.
Absolutely. You're going faster than you ever will standing up and paddling for those first, 5 to 10 feet. But maximizing that is the absolute critical element here. Put you out in front of people, and then your ability to pop up. But there's this moment when you can feel it as you're on your board, where you begin to lose that glide. You'll see some really elite athletes do the run out and then jump feet right onto the board, and that is certainly one way to do it. But kind of launching off, laying down, belly down on your board is not a bad methodology at all.
Is this our last race?
No. We have several races coming after this. It is a marquee race, no doubt about it, but after this we will be followed by our Masters final, male and female, our Golden Masters finals.
The women have just been given 2-minute warning.
All right, time to get that final stretch in. Visualize your start. Visualize that approach to the buoy. It's almost impossible to quiet the nerves. But you can use them to your advantage, that's for sure. We get a knowing look over our shoulder. Linan, who had a great show in her last heat, making the most out of some carnage that happened at a buoy. We'll see if we get a clean one here, Harrison. And I promise you this, clean or not, it's going to be exciting.
1 minute to start. Goes on the line, please.
1 minute to start.
They've been ordered to the line, and we see them ready to go. This is going to be a long several seconds.
Racers ready?
Oh, wow, and look at Soren get up and away. That was really, really a great start for her, and that's exactly what she wanted to get clear of the water here. A couple people went in off the start. Not surprised we got an overturned board, but out in front is Soren Preston. And now we're watching to see who can reel her in. We've got Betsy and Katniss in her wake. Katniss, we know, is incredibly powerful and probably capable of being able to jump back on Soren's tail, but we'll see. It's going to come down to this, well, I shouldn't say it should come down, but it's going to be critical to watch Soren's turn at this first buoy. If she can manage this and get in and out of there fast and put some, or I should say maintain some distance on Katniss, that'll be a real big differentiator for her. And here we go, entering turn number 1. And here we go, Soren hitting it, step back, hillside turn, great first stroke. Katniss also as well overlaps her board, and she is locked up onto the back of Soren's board, just letting it tow her around. So Soren had to escape. Katniss's nose landed on her stern. That is Soren's stern. Katniss really hammering now to kind of stay in touch with Soren. And look at these two coming at us now, Harrison.
Oh, yeah.
Great power. Boy, Katniss is absolutely hammering, just like Danny before her. Look at that bottom hand, sometimes almost as low as her rail. She's still in the rear. She's trying to overlap Soren, but she's not able to do so far. The nose of her board is just about even with Soren's stern, but she is beginning to make ground now. Nose of Katniss's board is equal with Soren's feet here, it looks like, but she's wide, and Soren's
Way
got
wide.
the inside angle here, and Soren going for a front side turn. Katniss opting for the heel side turn. We'll see if that benefits her. And once again, she's right there over Soren's board, and these two are going to have to rip it again out to buoy number 3. And this is where it gets really, really tough. Soren's her technical proficiency is on display, and Katniss with that power. And Katniss does not want to draft. It's clear that she wants to overlap and overtake Soren, but Soren's doing a really nice job of keeping that inside line. So her approach to buoy number 3 gives her a better angle, but they are just about neck and neck. And in fact, it looks like Katniss might be overtaking her, but the question is can she get inside? They are definitely neck and neck here. Katniss now a little bit ahead. This is going to be a contested turn here. Katniss and Soren are right on each other. Soren trying to go for that heel side turn. Katniss the same thing. Soren's blade is a little pinched. Katniss is going to come out of this just ahead of Soren. We've got the drone shot, which is great. Soren now a little bit behind Katniss. Katniss is pulling in front, and Soren's going to try to jump on her draft. Katniss is going to hammer out of this buoy turn. Soren's got to maintain contact with her. She's a little bit overlapped outside of Katniss's direct draft, but she's going to try to pull even. And this is where she's going to have to do it. If Soren's got anything in the tank, this route from buoy number 3, around 4 with the dog leg, out to number 5 is where she's got to make her move. Katniss really played that very well at buoy number 3. Here we are at 4, slight turn. Katniss slowed down a little to step back. Soren did as well, but it's a foot steering moment, and we'll see if Soren can climb back on.
Soren is absolutely right there knocking on the door.
Katniss really putting on a display of her power. I think Soren's best shot here is going to be around this last buoy. We'll see how Katniss takes it. Katniss, we know, is a phenomenally fast sprinter, and if it comes down to a drag race down the tail end here, I'm not sure Soren can cover that.
Kirsten Marino-Lefeld holding down the 3rd spot, but might come under a challenge from Melee here.
Yeah, Melee looks great. A couple of our youngsters up front, and Soren and Melee. And here we go. Katniss about 2 board lengths ahead, entering into the 5th and final buoy turn. It's a 180 turn. It's a lot. Nice looking turn from Katniss, sweeping around. Soren stepping back, also a heel side turn. A little bit more efficient. Nice turn. But it's a huge gap now. 3.5 board lengths. And Katniss is going to absolutely hammer this home. Wow. You can just see the power. She buries that blade at the catch. Incredibly powerful. We interviewed her the other day after the sprints, and that's how she described her paddling technique. Powerful. And you can see it here. Soren with the valiant effort. Valiant effort, but that is a lot of muscle and power coming towards us with Katniss Paris, who has absolutely put on a display of paddling energy. And Soren with a great challenge for her. But Katniss has this locked up. Great effort by Katniss and Soren. What an entertaining race. And Katniss Paris, just like Danny Ching before her, showed that sprinting skill is so critical. Great job, Katniss. Well-deserved Women's Open champion. Tremendous job, Soren Preston, coming in number 2 after a great challenge across this course. What a great course it was, and we saw why. These women are gassed. They left it all out there.
Both women sitting on their boards, exhausted. What a race.
And this is Kirsten coming across now, our Midwest paddler, in 3rd position, she'll podium. And Melee, our youngster, one of the 2 out there, putting on a great show as well. All right, representation from all over the country on the podium.
The Women's Open division never fails to amaze me, Adam.
Here we go, pushing hard right through the end. Again, this is the final, Harrison. This is pride. It doesn't matter if you finish off the podium, the position, you'll be telling people about it.
Oh yeah, Lenny digging hard all the way
5th for
to the
6th.
end.
Great looking form by both these women as they come in.
Betsy Duke and Jennifer Flanagan hammering hard for the last 2 places, and great job, ladies.
Yeah, excellent race. Excellent race.
Give Betsy Duke a couple more years of experience, and
I think you could say that of about half the people who are paddling here today. A lot of new, strong paddlers, a lot of long-time paddlers too. But we've seen some real great skill, athleticism on display, Harrison, and that was no doubt one of them. I think watching the technical proficiency of Soren and the sheer power and technical proficiency as well of Katniss was a lot of fun for us here on the beach and for everyone watching at home as well.
what a race. And just during that heat, the tide has fallen another foot.
Yeah, we're out raking again. It is, we got KT, the birthday girl. Maybe she's just cleaning up what will be her lane. I wouldn't accuse her. It is, so yeah, she's admitted self-serving. She doesn't want to run through the muck.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. Yeah. If they can continually give me a 3-minute warning, that'd be great.
We can do that. Bringing the drone home, we want to make sure we have all of this overhead for you guys. These races are too good not to see from the best angle possible. So I don't want to be a spoiler, but I'm going to. I'm about to tell you who's going to podium in this next race. Our women's master We have Susie Dwyer, Shirley Heineman, and Linda McCoy.
Wait, are we going now? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Did not know that.
Well, one of those women who's going to podium didn't even realize that she was about to race. Shirley Heineman has now been duly informed. That's what the schedule says.
But wait, isn't the men's master first? Yeah, I think the men's master's next. Okay, the posting says men.
All right, there's some discrepancy between whether the paper posted or me. The voice of God on the beach is correct. Yeah, no, there's a board shared. Some of our folks are sharing boards, and so we want to make sure we get this right. It is just about 11:30 right now. Which one is it, guys?
Masters men.
Hey, Grant. We're sorting out whether the Masters men or Masters female are going to go first. Hey, Grant. Which one is it? Okay, Masters male is up next. We have determined that Masters males are up next. So I'm not going to tell you who the winners are. This is going to be a very hotly contested race. All right, and it has been switched in our live heats, which I'm not going to describe while I'm sitting here on the microphone how you get there. But if you go to usasup.org, I think you can sort of find yourself the live heats if you want to see the competitors' names posted. Here we go. Here's the lineup: Rich D'Souza, Adrian Engel, Bill McGrath, Ivan Stork, David Wells, Pete Gauvin, Jurg Gaser, and Sean Tierney. Boy, these guys all had really good races in their qualifying heats, so this is going to be fun.
Only 4 left. Wait, is there Golden Masters female?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, do it.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, Dave Bainey's going to join me on the mic.
You gotta share some of that.
Dude, there's a bucket full of this. It's the fake one, too.
Oh, never mind.
All right. Dave, welcome.
Welcome.
Hey, let's talk about your race, dude. That was freaking awesome.
That's pretty fun.
Yeah, hey, get right up on the mic. These
yeah.
are like the,
yeah,
the
that's
close
pretty fun.
podcast. Yeah.
For sure.
A little bit of Rubbin's race, and just tell me about your race, because that was super entertaining.
Well, like, you know, if a lot of people haven't done a tech course like that, I mean, it really is about a good start and then the strategy behind it, right? It's not, you know, you're not just going a straight line. You're not just, you know, you're not pacing yourself or whatever. So my idea was, I was trying to beat Danny to the buoy, right? Of course, that's super hard to do, but that's my goal.
Your start was phenomenal, though.
No, we were close, and even Danny was like, "So was that you at the first buoy?"
Yeah.
I'm all, "Yeah, dude, I was kind of tripping." I'm all, "Who else would it be, bro?" No, just kidding. No, but so I did the job there. So I knew I was headed. I was almost positive Jake was there, and whoever, you know. So that was my plan. It went according to plan, and then I was able to hang on to Danny just for a little bit.
Yeah.
But honestly, I was redlining, bro. Like, you know, I haven't been paddling a ton, so I was very happy to be there. So now it's about pacing, not making any mistakes at the buoy. And then that long stretch, Jake's a stronger paddler than me right now. In general, he beats me. So I was like, all right, Jake's going to push hard. And I felt him. And then, honestly, it's about veering the guy over and, you know, holding your position. So as you saw, when Jake finally caught up to me, I mean, we're on each other. So he almost had me because I was on the right side, and he really made a push.
Oh, he pinched you for sure.
He pinched me, and I couldn't get my paddle, so I had the smartness to change to the other side.
Yeah.
And was able to edge him out.
Yeah. Oh, dude, everyone saw it.
No, we're all right here. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
They got it
it's
over
like
there.
one of those commercials, dude.
No,
you don't
so-
want to see the replay, Jake.
No, so then he was rubbing me, and my paddle was stuck.
Yeah, for sure.
So I had the smartness to take it to the other side. And the last three.
Jake is contesting
It's not
this
talking
retelling.
crap if he's standing right there, right? I don't know, the course marshal, the guy who set up the course.
Yeah.
No, but it was fun.
Oh, hey, we need a first
here we
aid
go.
kit. A first aid kit. If we can get a first aid kit over here, please. At the check-in table, we need a first aid kit. All right, these guys are towing the line. Let's call this one, Dave, and we'll get back to the Jake pinching
Yeah,
moment.
this is a really good final. I love seeing this lineup right here. It's all about this beach start.
Here we go. And it is all about the beach start. Let's see who nails it. Oh, David Wells has got a lead just on his feet alone. Really nice start, and he's got it way out in front. He's got to be one of the favorites, Dave.
Absolutely. David Wells from San Francisco area, longtime paddler, excellent technique. You can see him choking down, getting high turnover right there. And he got that great skim. So David, this is his race to lose at the moment.
It is. And you see, he's not hinging much. He's not wasting any energy. He's just burying that blade, repeat cycle, no hinging, not coming up very much at all in that choke stroke. And now he's gone top hand on the T-bar.
Yep, absolutely. Once you start planing out and getting your rhythm, you move the handle up to the top and start getting those longer, deeper, kind of more glidey strokes. And that's textbook right there from Dave.
Yeah, it looks like Pete Govin, his fellow Northern Californian, is in second place, about 2 board lengths behind. I've got the advantage of being able to peer over and look at the drone. David Wells going for a crossbow turn. Pete doing the same. I think this is Ivan Stork from Seattle. And kind of, no, that's not Ivan. Sorry, who was that with the Stingray paddle?
That might be Bill McGrath, and then I'm not so sure who's on the SIC board.
That's Adrian in the green hat.
Okay, yeah. So, as you remember, Dave went the wrong way his first heat, and it kind of looked like he was going to do that again, but he's absolutely going the right way now, and he's looking really strong.
Yeah, he is. He's in command of this thing. Pete easily in command, too, and it's these 2 guys from Northern California who are in control of this race right now.
Yeah, and Dave and Pete, they're super stealth because they're kind of low-key up there. They kind of run the show up there. They come down here every once in a while, and I know everyone in their age group are kind of like, who are those dudes? And then they've come down here enough times that you know who they are now. Yeah. But,
really
nice these guys are legit paddlers, super strong, and, I mean, they probably really do good in the division below them even, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a touch of class there. Adrian's doing a really nice job, though, controlling this third-place position.
Oh, yeah.
Yep,
if you wear some fluorescent, it's highly likely you go a little bit faster.
It's proven facts.
And there's Bill McGrath right there. He's in 4th place.
Yeah, and that's Ivan challenging him. Ivan from Seattle, the guy I paddle with all the time.
Yep, your guesser, Sean Tierney.
And is that Rich D'Souza?
Yeah, and Rich just rounded it out right there on his 404.
So, Dave, what I'm watching for is here. It looks like David and Pete are going to be able to walk away with this one in 1 and 2, barring some sort of fall, which is not a foregone conclusion. Race for number 3 is going to be intense.
Yeah, no doubt. And let's see if how bad Pete wants it, right? So Pete's definitely in striking distance. Like, is he cool just finishing second to his buddy that he races every weekend, or does he really want to get him and drink some beers and talk some smack after, you know?
I would propose the former.
Yeah, so Pete is right there.
Oh, sorry, the latter.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Pete's like right behind that. He's in that really painful wake right there where he's paddling uphill. You can see the nose a little bit up. Like, that hurts so bad.
He's there but not there.
Exactly.
Yeah, here we go. And this is a foot steering moment. We've seen some people go crossbow and you dump a ton of speed when you do that. We'll see if Pete can stay with the foot steering, and there it is. You can really nice display. You can see that rail dipping in.
Absolutely.
And here we go, the battle for 3rd. I mean, this is a podium spot we're looking at, and Adrian's still holding these guys off, but my God, the gas you got to apply here. And Ivan pressing, Bill pressing, and here you go, dumping a ton of. Adrian did the crossbow. You can see those guys make up about a yard behind them because of that.
Yeah, and then it looks like Bill's even like on his side V-wash, so he's able to kind of get a little bump ahead. So now he's virtually tied with him.
Oh, unbelievable. This is great. Hey, drone pilot Alex, can we see this battle for 3rd? And Alex, it's a nice view. I mean, geez, Dave and Pete are so far ahead, but this battle for 3rd is really heating up, and we will certainly call Dave and Pete home. Dave going for the crossbow turn, coming around that final buoy, but he's got it safely away. If Pete makes it safe, also a crossbow, a safe way to do it. I think we're sealed up with 1 and 2, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have liked to see Pete have a little more like desperation on that buoy turn, right? Because it's kind of like his last moment to gain maybe a second or two, because Dave made that buoy turn a little slow.
Here, watch here. Okay, they are overlapped here. Ivan's got inside. Adrian's coming around, but Ivan's forcing him wide. Ivan with the step back. If he can stay up on his board, he's got a chance to seal up number 3, and he's going to hammer home. Ivan is an absolute hammer, by the way. I race with him all the time.
Yeah, and it looks like Ivan's got kind of an inside line.
He does. He's got cleaner water because you can see from the drone, which is hard to see from here, that Adrian's actually over some shallower water, which is going to be dirtier. Ivan's got about a half a board length on him now, opening up to a board length. If he can sustain this pace, he's going to bring home a podium spot.
Yep, and don't forget about Bill. So look at Bill on the outside. He looks like he's in a good rhythm and kind of making a little push. That's Dave.
Here we go. Dave Wells in a choke stroke. He's leaving nothing out. What a great form. That's a great look. Look at all that weight forward of his ankles. Great job, Dave Wells. Congratulations, our champion. Pete also looking really strong, number 2. Congratulations. And here we go. Ivan Stork's just got to hold on here. It's about 50 yards to go. Bill McGrath overlapping Adrian now and going to make a push for Ivan. He's got that Stingray paddle. Good. Ivan digging in deep. This is it. For all the marbles, a podium spot in the men's Masters final, and Ivan Stork from Seattle, Washington, my buddy, going to finish third place. Congrats, Ivan. Bill, great show. Adrian, great show. These guys did it, man. They left it all out there.
That was a great battle at the end right there. And here comes Jörg Jesser. And,
Followed by Rich.
Yeah, Rich moves up the spot.
And
so
then Sean, man. I don't know what we missed back there, but I think there was a lot of great racing going on all over the
there had to
course.
be some sort of tie-up at that buoy for sure, because Sean, I think, was like 5th at that one mid-section. So,
Wow.
but that's what's so fun about these course races, you know what I mean? Like,
No doubt, but I had those silent assassins from NorCal, man.
yeah, those guys, I don't trust them. They're awful. They're awfully quiet.
They're up to no good. They just went Viking here in
They're
SoCal.
awfully quiet.
Because of the cold water.
The cold, yeah.
No, simply because the water's colder, you guys are more badass than us that day, okay? So
Well-
you have that one up on us, all right?
Hey, listen, we got Seattle and Northern California taking the podium in the Masters, so there's something about the cold
Yeah,
water.
they're
I
sending a
suppose.
message. You know, they're coming down to the SoCal, sending a message, and it's loud and clear, fellas. You know, I train with a lot of those guys who got 4th, 5th, 6th, so, you know, we're going to have a little team meeting next week and talk about these NorCal guys.
Yeah, so Tell the Truth Monday coming up.
Oh, I am going to take that invite because I've only surfed, I've surfed Oregon coast one time. Spent a lot of time in Santa Cruz, but that doesn't count. Well, it's not in Oregon. It's still Cali, so I want to get in the real cold stuff.
Oh, come to Florida.
Dude, okay, yeah. Okay, that's what, yeah, okay. I don't snow surf.
Hey,
Wait.
Bolinas on a flood,
Really?
it's cold.
I believe you.
There's an exchange of surfing tips going on up here. Our technical crew from Northern California is schooling the SoCal surfer on the spots to be found.
Oh, it's easy to surf in SoCal.
Oh, well,
Yeah. Well, that's why there's so many people.
That's why everyone does it.
Dude, come on.
NorCal, it separates the casuals from the course.
NorCal's so sneaky too. You'll go like in October when it's all sunny and awesome, and you're not wearing a shirt on the beach. No, you're like, oh, I think I could trunk it with a jacket. Nope.
Nope.
Like it is 5'4" hood, the whole deal. I learned that quick.
All right, so a little less drama in this race, Dave, because
That was the gentleman's. That was the gentleman's heat right there.
that was the gentleman's here. This is the ladies, and we know that we're looking at nothing but winners here. 3 ladies in this heat, so
We all know the ladies could get even a little more chippy than men.
that's right. One of those boards could sink, and we just have a first and second.
That's true.
Oh, they don't like that. We're giving you credit for your competitive nature,
Yes.
ladies. So, Dave, a couple of your boards out there. That looks like an older Infinity that Shirley Heinemann's
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
What are we looking at there?
So Shirley bought that board. That was Mel Weigel's old board, and it's I think it's a 2000. If I had to guess, a 2019 custom Whiplash.
I think it's 2017.
Maybe even older. I mean, we're doing a little. We're
Yeah,
having a
this
little
is-
throwback.
and anything pre-pandemic, we just don't know how old
We
it is.
just don't know. But the cool thing about those boards, they're pretty simple at the time.
Mhm.
So they're really like anybody could hop on it, and it feels, you kind of get used to it.
Yeah,
right?
you know what it is.
It's a flat deck, so you don't got to get used to dugout or get used to a weird roll or something, and it just cuts water, and it's pretty nice. And a lot of times, like when we're designing new boards, you kind of go back to older designs just to like.
We were
okay,
talking about that last night
Yeah.
at dinner.
No, it happens.
Yeah,
It
like
happens.
in 2025, we might be looking at shapes that would have been familiar in 2015 in some
Well,
ways.
it's definitely like, at least for us, what we're doing is more of a. It's definitely looking back at those and getting inspired by certain things that we really liked, because like all the concaves and everything crept in, which absolutely got us to a place where we could ride narrower boards easier,
Mhm.
right? But then I do feel there's a certain occasion with the concave that it could get sticky in certain occasions,
Yeah, yeah.
right? So how can we apply the glide but still get the stability and still get your like higher end numbers and get that glide? And like a big theme we've been working on is making a board feel real playful is
Yeah.
a word I like
Oh,
to
I
use.
like that.
Instead of tracky, real playful, so you could attack, and when the board's playful and you can attack, that just leads to it being easier on the arms, easier on the legs. So we've kind of got as fast as we can kind of get and as
Mhm.
stable as we kind of get. So now it's about how can we make it feel easier on the body to last longer.
What does that look like? Maybe rounder rails? How do you approach that?
It's so interesting just because I just came from Vietnam where we manufacture our race boards, and I had 6 prototypes out there, and they're all very similar in outline and stuff. But we really messed around with the concave, no concave, round rails, square rails, little bit of rocker adjustments. I mean, everything, right?
Yeah, of course.
And so usually we don't prototype that fast. You kind of make one, write it to death, and then make the adjustments. So we literally had them all right there. So it was really fun to jump on a couple boards. Like, obviously, I've tried a million boards. I like to try any board I can, any brand.
Of course,
doesn't matter. It's fun to do that. And a couple of the prototypes, I paddled for 200 meters. And I'm like, nope, that's not it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you can
that
just tell
one's
right
gone.
away.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So, but it came down to 3 of them, So through the 3, you're like, okay, I really like this one. And, but this one seems faster, but it's a little tippy, So, lack of a better term, you kind of combined the last 3 for the final version.
Cool.
That's where we landed.
Nice.
So, it'll be the first flat bottom I've had in the line for a while.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah,
That's exciting.
Yeah, so it's pretty fun.
A new update to a model, or is this going to be a new model period for you?
Yeah. Well, we generally have the Blackfish and the Whiplash and a Blackfish dugout version. And this board, honestly, was originally going to be the new Blackfish dugout. But as we got further down the road, it really wasn't a Blackfish anymore.
Right.
I think it's just not, it doesn't make sense to call it a Blackfish. So it's a whole new board.
Oh, cool.
So it will replace the Blackfish dugout for next year.
Okay.
So we'll have a Blackfish flat deck, which is what it's primarily known for
That's
anyway.
its lineage, yeah.
And this is our new dugout all-water board.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, we're going to watch a couple of your boards in action here for the women's
And it's gonna have a flat.
Masters finals. Susie Dyer,
Yeah, it has got
Shirley
some stuff
Heineman,
going on.
Linda McCoy.
Because that's I love the Blackfish, but it doesn't downwind great.
Yeah, mainly because of the rocker, right? Like,
Yeah.
But-
So,
yeah.
because I've downwinded her board before.
Yeah.
That exact one.
Yeah.
That thing.
I mean, we've got a Whiplash on the course and a Blackfish following that conversation, so watch them. And then Linda's on an SIC. And that is that a Mike's Paddle SIC that Linda has of yours? All right. So that board that Linda's on is a 26 wide board for sale.
Yeah, of course.
15 to 25% off. That thing looks
Every
pretty
board's
darn
for
new.
sale for the right price.
Oh, yeah.
That one, I believe, brand new with the bag, we have it listed for $27.50.
So
Brand new, that's a $3,400.
yeah, listed for $27.50 is Linda McCoy's board, and you can say it was paddled by the Linda McCoy at the USA SUP National Championships, and that it podiumed. We can say that even now. Dave, what's been your impression, maybe major takeaways from the racing so far this weekend? I know you couldn't make yesterday. Home duty called, which we can all appreciate. But sprints then today, so you've really sort of been in our Marine Stadium component.
Yeah, no, I love the multi-day format. Keep the day nice and heavy action and nice and short. So everyone has time to go relax. Maybe even having a beer if you want, and just spend some time down here. So it's kind of cool to peel it out in 3 days. I really like that.
Yeah.
And it's fun to a lot of races you don't get the 200 meter format, so
Right.
it's really fun to have that here. I thought that was great how you guys added that. And the distance and the tech course is something we kind of do a lot down here in SoCal.
Yeah.
So it's fun to have all 3 and something for everyone. Most of us signed up for all 3, but there was a couple people that just did a couple races or one race, and I think that's fun to have everybody involved, and it's cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. You're seeing the effects of the previous 2 days of races on some folks. And you know what? If I'm Jake Graham, I'm not complaining about your protest
No
of his
way.
pinching movements. What I'm complaining about is the fact that you didn't exhaust yourself yesterday in the 10K.
No, and Jake's a beast, dude.
He's got to pick his argument, though, man.
Jake's a beast. Obviously in SoCal, there's a handful of guys that were out there and we race a lot.
here we
and
go.
Jake's one of them. So here we go.
And they're off.
Let's go, Susie!
You can tell they're eyeballing the seaweed. No one wants to launch too hard. Linda's got the best glide off the start, though. It has been a predictor of success. When Shirley's going to try to stand up for, wow, how does she do that?
That is hard to do.
Shirley just got up no-handed. That was worth the price of admission.
Yeah, and overall, this is a pretty difficult beach start.
For sure.
And overall, we haven't had a crazy. Of course, a couple of people kind of slipped up and fell, but we haven't had the gnarly over the bars. Everyone's done a really good job.
I was. It took us, I think, probably 6 or so heats before we kind of saw the first overturned board. Here we go. I dare say it's actually warm out now in the
It's
shade.
hot.
It is.
It's hot.
I've been in the shade all day, and my sweatshirt turned into 85 degrees. I am somewhat reliably told.
Well, my phone is in Celsius. So it's 27 degrees Celsius.
27 degrees Celsius for those of you watching in places that use
That.
that. All right, Shirley's in control of this one early.
Yep, they're all pretty close though. So,
Yeah,
you
the
know, when you get a
overhead.
good start and you're still around the front, it kind of comes down to who wants it the most. So Shirley's out in front.
Susie and Linda are just going to be battling for second here right now. Although, look, I mean, you know, it's Shirley's not laying down a ton of power, and I know that Linda's got it. Here we go. I love this head-on view as everyone's coming towards us, though.
It is pretty good, and the wind is pushing him down the channel a little bit, so you can see Susie getting a little away from that buoy.
Yep.
But she's also probably trying to stay out of the draft just a little bit.
Yeah, she's got clean water there, and to give her a less acute angle on the turn.
Yeah, she will have a pretty good angle at the buoy. That's one good thing about being wide. And
we
here
go.
comes Shirley on that
Nice
Mel
step back.
Weigel whiplash.
Nice. Oh, she's going for the crossbow.
Oh,
Slow
yeah.
down a little, but I think the other ladies are too. So
Yep, we got a virtual second right here. So number 2 is wide open at this point.
you know, after this is the third day of racing, but it is just, this is so tough. You know, for folks watching at home, I think most people watching probably have done a buoy turn race, but it is unbelievable how hard it is. By the time you get to the third buoy, you're just wrecked.
Oh, for sure. And I know like very good seasoned paddlers that honestly still can't buoy turn that great.
Right.
And it's way harder than it looks. And that's really when your legs start frying, especially when you're trying to go fast and do a big old buoy turn. Your leg just, I mean, it almost seizes up sometimes.
Yeah.
So, but that's where a lot of these tech courses are won and lost as a buoy. Because
Oh,
you
absolutely.
figure someone goes around the buoy and they're crossbound, it takes them 5 seconds. If it could take you 2 seconds, that's 3 seconds difference on every buoy. So if you count the buoys here, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buoys, 5 times 3, that's 15 seconds, right?
Yep.
And 15 seconds is first through
many
fourth
many
place.
board lengths, absolutely.
So the buoys really are one of the key places of this race.
Yeah, and Shirley's managed them well so far, and she's actually, it's interesting, she's got that nice staggered stance there. So she's generating her power, it looks like, trying to open those hips up.
Yep, a la Danny Ching. Danny likes that staggered stance. He'll even switch it to the switch stance. You know, he'll put his back foot forward on.
Yeah, as he
depending on what
changes
size,
side.
Yeah.
Let's get your hip drive going.
Well, we saw that in the sprints, Katniss and Seychelles were in
Yes.
staggered stance the whole time, and they actually started off
Absolutely.
facing into each other, which was fun to watch.
No, and that's a direct influence from the sprint kayaking, right?
Yep.
And that's what Katniss, I think, is originally from.
Oh, yeah, is
am
that
I,
right? Yeah,
am
could
I
be.
right? I'm pretty sure she came from that background, so obviously she has a very good sprint technique with that stagger style stance.
And I think these ladies have settled pretty comfortably into their standings. We're going to see this final buoy turn is going to be, I'll say, obviously, it's our critical one. It's the last of the buoy turns. But if anything's going to happen, and it has happened so far there, that's where it is. And it's tough because they're going to be particularly tired. And it is an acute, almost 180-degree turn. And if you step back, you risk falling. If you stall out doing a crossbow turn, you risk falling. And for Linda, who's coming in, she'll have a little bit of that residual wash from Shirley as she makes this turn. And it's just enough if your concentration isn't there to take you in.
Yeah, and especially after that, like that's the long run where you want to start making a move, and it's directly into the wind, and then you make that buoy turn, you're like, oh, I'm out of the wind, but then it's such a long stretch all the way down. So
Yeah. Here we go.
It definitely kind of mind freaks you a little bit.
Linda's going crossbow here, as did Shirley before her. And all three opted for the crossbow there. It's just, you know, exhaustion will force you into the crossbow. The second you start thinking about walking to the back of your board when you're out of gas, that's a non-starter.
Totally, crossbow definitely is a more tired version turn. It's safer, you know.
You know, you only go back heel on your strong side, right?
Yeah, I don't switch stance ever. Like a lot of the guys who windsurf, like a Connor or someone,
Yeah.
are really good at that. And I do feel it's an advantage if you could always go heel side every time.
Shrimpy is, I mean, he's
insane at it too.
Yeah, it's unreal. Like you can't tell which is his weak side.
Totally, and that wasn't a thing, a few years ago.
No, it wasn't.
It really has turned into a little bit of an advantage.
Well, speaking of advantage, we've got Shirley with about a 10 board length advantage. It looks like, and you know what? She's not giving up. Linda's got a pretty firm hold on second. If she can just manage to kind of power through. Susie giving it though. And here comes Shirley picking the pace up, just doing that real high cadence tapping. She's got this comfortably. There's our champion, Masters female champion, Shirley Heineman. Linda McCoy just got to hold on here for another 20 feet. And there you go. USA SUP board member, I should add. Linda McCoy, super volunteer. She gives so much to this sport. As does Susie, who comes in third. Congratulations, lady.
Nice battle.
Yep. Excellent. Well deserved, too. All right. Next up. Golden Masters male. You know what, man? Oh, yeah. Can I get one?
Yeah, I'll get one. The
Boy.
light golden or the hazy?
Golden, please. Yes, Athletic Brewing is going to power the remainder of this podcast. The non-alcoholic beer. Dave Bainey is our bard back for the remainder of this this enterprise. All right, and the Golden Masters are lining up here, getting all set. This is going to be a very competitive heat. These guys put on a show in a couple of their earlier heats, and yeah, this is it. This is hang on a sec. Golden Masters, and we got our golden, then our golden female. So this is 2 races left, this being one of them. Our Golden Masters men are Golden Masters men are going to line up here. All of these guys came through really competitive heats, so I think there's 2 things we're watching for. A, just the fun of the competition here, and it's going to really come down to who's got the most left in the tank, is my guess. All right. Listed we have, and we have to determine, this is provisionally, we've got Barry Williams, Sean Sullivan, Tony Forcier, Michael Markunis, Bruce Berry, Carl Eugster, Joe Bechtold, and Rafi Manukian. If you've been watching throughout the day, you recognize all those names. We were calling them as they were caught up in some pretty good competition. The tide has continued to drop precipitously. Dave Bainey, known mensch, delivering an Athletic Brewing. Thank you, man. Dave, this is going to be a fun one. Oh,
Rack 'em. Yeah. A word from our sponsor.
It's actually pretty
No, it tastes good. Let's
Yeah.
talk about it for a second.
Yeah.
Athletic Brewing Co. So, I've seen him on Instagram, and I believe one of the founders is a paddler. I forget his name at the moment.
Yeah, I can't. He was on the. He's going to be on the mic with KT at the last Paddler Standing.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think.
cool.
Yeah.
So I've heard about this beer, and I've wanted to try it. And every year you get kind of into the dry January thing. So I've tried a lot of non-alcoholic beers.
Yeah.
And this is the first time I tried all 3 yesterday. And honestly, this is very drinkable. It's very drinkable, right?
It's better than Heineken Zero.
Oh yeah. This is the best non-alcoholic beer.
Yeah, it blows Heineken Zero.
No,
out of the
this is better than Bitburger Drive.
So yeah, support paddlers, Athletic Brewing.
Yeah, and they do a great job of in-kind donations, sponsorships, etc. And I mean, you know what? Any of the brands, including yours, Dave, Infinity, 404, I think Flying Fish too. There's a bunch of brands. Go on our website. Go on usasup.org. Check out the sponsors for this event. Spend your money there. These are folks who care about the paddle scene. And Dave, you know what, you've been in the scene for a really long time. It takes a village to pull these events together and to continue to grow it. And frankly, just the USA SUP membership dues have gone a long way to help do this. So for folks watching at home, if you're a USA SUP member, watching this, things like the live stream, just the ability to put this event on, you can imagine permitting an event in Southern California is not a free deal.
No, it's complicated and expensive.
Yeah, 2-minute warning's been given. Dave, the heats, I don't know if you were able to watch that closely. These guys all came through really competitive heats.
Oh yeah, no, this is I consider the most competitive division, like at least in SoCal, like all these guys race all the time. They're all good friends.
Yeah.
And they all are hammers. You know what I mean?
They are.
I love this final right here.
Michael Marcoon is throwing us the shock over here. He's having fun.
Yeah, and I train with Tony Forcier in performance paddling every week, so I know how much of a hammer he is. And then the Ocean Academy down here, we got all the boys, and so all these guys have really good skill. They paddle a lot, and yeah, it's just fun. It's fun to see them day in and day out. Their competitiveness is awesome.
1 minute warning. They're ordered to toe the line. We've got representation from the Northwest and Bruce Berry, Carl Eugster, and Joe Bechtold from the Midwest. So we got a good crew here from around the country.
Racers ready?
And here we go. Yeah, Michael Marcoon has got another nice start. He got the best start in his previous heat. Bruce Berry, who's a legend but doesn't have competition as a 70-plus guy, he's going to make up ground. He's in the back of the pack right now, but it's going to be fun to watch.
I was just going to say that guy's a hammer. Like
crazy.
His start was terrible, but I expect him to finish.
Maybe he will not finish last. Yes,
no. And it's interesting too because, like I said, I paddle with Tony and we do beach starts a lot. His start was pretty decent, and he's a fast paddler, but he'll even tell you his buoy turns aren't the best.
Okay.
So he needs to have a really good start and kind of concentrate on those buoy turns to see where he goes.
Yeah, and Michael Markunis, who had a great showing in the sprints, got a really nice start out front, and he is in the lead here. Let's see. He's going to go a toe side turn here, crossbow, and we'll see. And here we go. Who's that in second place? It's hard to make out with the sun. First now, yep, and the heel side turn was a difference maker, 2 heel side turns. So Michael's gone from first place to provisionally tied for second. Trying to see these guys. The angle with the sunshine is a little bit tough.
Yeah, I think that's Solly in he's either second or third from this direction right here.
Yeah, well, they are pretty much. No, he's in second now. Michael Markunis is a little bit overlapping in third place. So Michael, just by virtue of doing a crossbow turn, gave up that positioning. Is that Carl in first? It's Carl in first. It's Carl Eugster in first place.
No, and then look, from last place to fourth place is
oh yeah, there's Bruce Berry.
Bruce, he's already
yeah. So as predicted, Carl Eugster. Wow, that backside turn from Carl was a difference maker, and Carl's out in front. Carl from the Midwest, you can tell by that orange shirt. Here he goes, and he's doing backside turn for all of these, which is going to be a difference maker.
So he switches stance, you're saying?
He does switch, I think.
Okay, awesome.
Yep. He went backside both ways, and that's going to be really tough to overcome.
Yep.
Here we go. Michael Markunis has the speed. Is that Solly you say on the?
Yeah, Solly's in second, and watch him because he kind of comes on hard at the end, and so for him to be in second and have that kind of gear at the end, he's in a good spot for him.
Yeah, great racing here though, and those two, Carl and Solly, have opened up a bit of a gap on Michael Markunis and Bruce Berry now. Bruce looking over his shoulder to see who's there.
And lucky for those guys, Bruce is getting kind of blocked by because Bruce is a hammer
and
man.
I think Bruce is gonna. It looks like he's angling inside. I don't know if he'll be able to overlap Michael though. He's just got a ton of speed. Michael does.
That long section though, man, that's where I've seen him do some damage. So.
Yep. Oh, and Bruce is making a move here. He's drawing even with Michael, and he can do that. He can pick up his volume there. Now overlap. Bruce has inside and priority, and Bruce is going for a toe side turn, but he's got control of Michael in here.
Yeah,
Bruce is going for a crossbow turn, but Michael cannot get around him, and Bruce has slipped into third place now. So now we've got Carl Eugster, Solly, and Bruce.
And Tony Forcier kind of came strong around that buoy as well.
Yeah, and this is where, after 2 days of, especially for these guys, after 2 days of paddling beforehand, these step back turns are just so brutal. Here we go, Bruce with that super high cadence. You can't understand how it works, but it does.
Honestly, Bruce is flying right now. Look, he's putting an extra gear in it. I expect him to catch Sean on this last stretch, and then let's see him battle at the end.
Yeah, impressive showing here. Bruce is going for a little bit. If he goes crossbow, he's not. He's going to foot steer and kind of do little sweeping strokes and maintain that speed. All these guys are, I think. Just watching this, it's interesting to see how they do this because the crossbow has been a disaster at this turn, and none of the guys opt for that, which is a smart move.
Look how glassy it got, too. There's virtually,
really
there's no headwind for these guys. It's just sheet glass in this heat.
Yeah, meanwhile, Carl Eugster is just looking so smooth here. He's getting a lot of power. I'm watching him on the drone, Dave, and he's like really getting a nice deep catch. It doesn't look like he's affected.
Look at Bruce. He's right there now. See,
yeah, here comes Bruce, and Bruce is making and this is what he does. He makes a move right coming to the buoy. I don't think he's going to be able to get inside of Solly here, but Carl's making a really nice backside turn, which is incredibly well done this late in the race. I think Carl's going to have this locked up, and now it's going to be Bruce and Sully. He said
Sully's going a little wide, but Bruce is going wide
yeah,
too.
Bruce is too. Bruce is going real wide here.
Sully got the advantage on that buoy. Look, he's getting a board length or two even from that buoy turn.
He is.
So Bruce is going to have to do his thing and paddle really hard. So Sully's heart rate's going up, right? He knows he's there, and he knows he's got second. He's got to hold him off.
And here we go. Great overhead shot. And staying out of that dirty or shallow water is going to be key. Carl has got about 5 board lengths on these guys.
Don't forget about Tony. Tony's looking really strong as well in
you're
fourth.
Right. Tony's tracking Bruce down now from behind. And you're right. He's getting some nice strokes in there. And here we go. Carl Eugster.
You can see Bruce going left and right, trying to get around.
Yeah. And here we go. Man, this is going to be a tight finish for second. Carl Eugster locked it up, bringing it home as our Golden Masters champion. Incredible performance. Really great job. Battle for second. Sully looks like he's got it locked up. Bruce is hanging on. He's in his draft here, comfortably bringing it home in third. That was a fun race. Great job. There you go. Carl Eugster, Sean Sullivan, Bruce Berry, Tony Forcier. Man, these guys are going. Pride on the line. Michael Marcoon is coming in next. Joe Bechtold and Barry Williams are going to battle here. Oh, this is close, and it matters. Here we go. Joe digging deep. Great showing by these guys. Well done. And here comes Raffy bringing it home. Hey, Dave, that was pretty exciting.
See, I knew it. That's my favorite division because those guys are all so competitive. They're all great paddlers, and that was insane. And it's really fun watching guys like Bruce, who I don't get to see all the time. What a great paddler. But, yeah, congrats to the podium there. That was a fun battle.
That was, yeah. And we've got, folks from the Midwest, and I'm proud to say from the Pacific Northwest, representing well on the podium here today. We got folks who traveled the distance and made it count.
Absolutely, yeah. It's always fun to travel somewhere and make an impression, you know what I mean? And everyone knows SoCal's a competitive paddling zone, so to come here and make a podium from out of town is, that's
pretty exciting.
That's making a statement for sure. So
yeah.
Good job to those guys.
No, really great. And we were talking about it, but Carl's ability to step back, do heel-side turns on all the turns, that was the difference maker, I think. And you talked about those seconds that count, and that's sort of the amount of time he won by.
Yeah, no, exactly. And you could see it add up, right? After every buoy, his lead stretched out a little bit more. So, and I want to say he's the only one in this division that does that. I haven't
absolutely,
seen
yeah,
else,
no one else was. There's not many people who do that in any division, frankly.
Yeah, you got that right. So, that's a very good, rabbit in the back pocket, for a skill.
Yeah, impressive. And Bruce Berry, I think 73 years old, racing with guys who are generally almost a decade younger.
No, he's immortal. Like what? How does he? What? Like he's truly amazing.
I'm being summoned, Dave. I'll let you hold the air here for a minute.
Of course, yeah. What do we have up next? Is it the last one of the?
I believe it's Women's Golden Masters.
All right, so it's the last heat of the day. My goodness. So we're saving the best for last. The Golden Masters female 800-meter tech final. If you're joining us online, thanks for tuning in. USA SUP champs, Long Beach, California. First annual. Hopefully it's the annual every year.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. And in fact, I think we'll have an announcement about next year just in a few moments later on.
KT did kind of dangle that carrot.
Yeah, a little teaser. Yeah.
We have the dates for next year.
Yeah, so hey, pretty cool note to make here. Typically you have, we build up to the marquee event at these, and it's more often than not, it's like the males open deal. And I want to note that we're closing today's event with the Golden Female Masters. And, just a really cool nod that, first of all the racers matter, but, I think in just looking at these women here, these are folks who power the scene. These are female Golden Masters. One lining up here are all instrumental to the local scene. Certainly, you know that with KT. You're really close to you and your team. But just, sort of like the godmother of the sport in the U.S. and certainly down here.
She's the grand godmother now.
The grand, yes.
I heard there's a grand.
Whoops.
Yeah.
I mean, she's the legend god. Let's just change it to that. Yeah. No, but she is. she and all these women are instrumental in their paddle scenes. And we're closing out the day with them. It's a fitting nod. Looking for some good racing.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to tell you, Jen Fuller, until the last heat, had me tricked. I was talking to her yesterday, and she was trying to tell me that she's not much of a technical racer and isn't quite sure how she's going to do, what she's going to do, etc.
No,
Crushed it.
I don't believe anything Jen Fuller says and when it comes to her downplaying her paddling.
Yeah. All right, we've got Annie Myers, Kathy McRae, Jen Fuller, Kristen Thomas, and Cece Moncada. This is going to close out our racing for the day.
This is the NorCal representation.
Yeah, this is a good heat. I love this heat.
Yeah.
It's gonna be competitive. I love it when KT and Jen Fuller race. You know, they're good buddies, and they're both, you know, they paddle a lot, and it's fun. They kind of go back and forth. Like sometimes Jen wins, sometimes KT wins.
I think Jen's gonna let KT win because it's KT's birthday today, so that's really nice of her to promise and. No. All right. Oh, yeah, and now we're coming clean. KT's admitting that she walloped.
Yeah, this
Jen's
is a
ankles
confessional
last
right
race.
now. This is becoming a confessional at the start line.
Long day, everyone's tired. Just the truth is coming out. Maybe we can get Jake Graham on the mic here to apologize to you. Jake didn't like that.
Hey, there's a certain animal that rhymes with the name Jake. Just kidding.
No, Jake's done a great job. Jake is the one who set the courses all along. Obviously, the 200-meter straightaway is not a hard course to set, but the 10K course, which was great, and now this course here, this it's amazing 800K, 800-meter
Jake's
course.
the local here. He knows the spot, and he does a lot of good paddling in this area, LBC SUP racing scene. So thanks for Jake for coming out and helping out with the race, of course.
And here we go. For all the marbles.
This is intense and very quiet.
Yeah, not as jovial as the earlier heats. And he's at least... Oh, yeah, KT wants to dance.
Robert Housen, the marshal, is a stickler.
Yeah. All right, as we look closest to us, Annie Myers, Kathy McRae, Jen Fuller,
Okay,
Kristen
1
Thomas,
minute,
Cece
1
Moncada.
minute.
1 minute. Order to the line. Here we go. And they got to get through some pretty thick seaweed at the bottom of this run out. We're about 24 feet of sand, maybe more, 30.
Racers ready?
And here we go. And they're really going for it. There's some thick weed that they're getting through there. Jen got a nice start, so did KT, and no surprise. And here we go. Jen's got a nice line. She's got about a half board length lead on KT right now, but of course she's got the inside line, Dave.
Yep, and that's a little bit of an advantage for sure. KT seems to be veering a little too far to the right than I would think she would like, but she's in clean water and obviously right there with Jen.
Yeah, and she's going to get a nice angle here. I mean, she's going to pinch over, it looks like, as she approaches the buoy. But it is the one benefit of being out wide like that is that you do have a less acute angle, so you can kind of execute that turn and start sweeping over a little bit before you step back to pivot. And now she's tucking in behind Jen. Jen's going to hit this buoy easily in front. Nice heel side step back. Oh, beautiful. 2 strokes, and she's got it. Really nice. KT not far behind, just overlapping her board a little bit, and here she goes. She's in good position.
And Jen, in general, rides a 12.6 board. So she has her 12.6 board here, and she's going back and forth. Like, should I ride the 12.6 or the 14? And you know, if the course was tighter, a 12.6 might make sense.
Yep.
But since that long stretch comes into play, the 14, it's just, you know, it's not going to be an advantage with that 12.6 with the glide up that long stretch. So, it's good to see her like get used to a 14-foot length, you know, because it does feel a lot different around a buoy turn, believe it or not. I was on a 12.6 the other day, first time in years.
Felt like cheating?
Like, wow, this is really fun, actually.
Well, Jen looks like nice and comfortable coming into this turn closest to us, buoy number 2. KT also looks comfortable behind her. This is a little bobble from Jen, missed a couple of strokes, and now she's working on her footing, and she's stuck at the crossbow. And if KT can take advantage of that, KT's going crossbow as well, but a little bit more control, and she's right where she wants to be now, overlapping Jen, and she's got her board overlapped. So she's in a position, if she can, Jen's strong, going to try to pull away from her here, and looking down in the drone, she is out in front of KT, but that was a moment of peril for Jen. She almost lost it.
Yeah, if I'm KT, I'm so happy where I'm at. You know, I done on the hard work. I stayed with Jen to the buoy. Now I'm right behind her. Like, she's in the best spot right now. Obviously,
Indeed.
drafting, saving some energy. Jen's pulling away just a little bit, though.
Yeah,
so.
you can see that way. You can see the class of Jen and KT, just like so smooth. Handled the buoy so well, which is so hard to do, again, after 2.5 days of racing. These ladies are handling it nicely, though. I'm amazed we haven't seen more people in the water, to be honest. The skill of every participant out here has been pretty impressive. And by the way, no harm in falling or no shame in falling because it's part of racing, but it's just been
If
spectacular.
you're not falling, you're not trying hard enough, to be honest.
Okay, maybe some of these people should get in the water then. Here we go. And again, it tightens up in these turns, and Jen just is able to apply a little bit more power than KT, it seems. As you're looking at the board shapes and how they're interacting, you're the guy who...
Yeah, well, I was just about to say, like, it's virtually no more wind on the course. Like, it's
Right.
pretty sticky
Flat,
and glidey, so that's where that whiplash kind of feels really nice at this point. KT's just on that bump, kind of the painful little bump right there.
Yep.
If she could get over that, like another half board like the head, she'll be cruising. But right there, she's kind of in the painful.
She's just right behind there. And Jen's able to manage that turn just with foot steering. KT is going to do it as well. There we go. God, that is glass. Yeah, you're looking at the drone shot here. It's just really beautiful. Just wonderful glass. And KT's on a little bit of like a side bump there. It's not that beneficial, but
yeah, it's better than the dead water directly behind Jen.
Yeah.
You can see a little gust. They're going to go right into a little gust right here.
Oh, yeah, a little cat's paw coming across the water.
Yeah.
They're going to have to fight through.
So it's going to come down to this buoy turn and see how much energy KT was able to save from drafting a little bit. But Jen's looking strong. Jen's going to be hard to beat.
She is. It's a question of in her head if she's sort of been able to flush out that bobbled turn that she had earlier and just step back with confidence and make this turn. And same for KT. If
Let's
she
see
can
this
summon
buoy
something.
turn. Let's see, like how
So
does she
it's
look?
yeah, she's going crossbow. And
She looks a little timid, to
she
be
does.
honest.
She does. And KT's got an opportunity here
Oh
with
my
the
gosh,
strong
she's
backside
getting-
turn.
she
She's
got hung
overlapping
up.
Jen's board. She did. KT swinging around here.
So KT advantage. I give her the advantage on that buoy turn, a little quicker. So
Yeah, she did, but Jen's just hammering now, and KT's got to climb on here. She's just about a half a board length behind her. She's still there, kind of swinging, and I would not pick the inside line here because of that shallower, dirtier water, but this is a great view from above on the drone. About a board length between them. This is a tall task for KT to reel Jen in.
yeah, and if you're watching them too, Jen's got a little quicker cadence, a little more whippy cadence. So it will be hard for KT to overcome that bump and slide up into her draft.
And Jen's choked down here. She's going for it.
Yeah, she's letting it out. She's letting it all out right here on the last stretch. Once you get to that kind of buoy, you see in the corner of your eye, you're like, all right,
This is it.
emptying the tank.
Yep. Well, this is a lot of fun. KT digging in as well. But Jen's just throwing down as much power as she can. That choke stroke there. KT, you can see leaning into it as well. Great race, great display put on by these ladies. All right, Jen Fuller, Grand Masters champion, takes a seat on her board. Great job, KT. Happy birthday to her. Second place podium result for the birthday girl. And I believe we got Kathy coming in for number 3. Yep, Kathy McCrae. She also looks nice and comfortable. Just looking comfortable is a win on a day when you've been through a couple heats, post 10K probably, several hundred meters of sprint racing the day before. And keeping in mind, this is our Golden Masters, not Grand Masters, our Golden Masters, 60-plus females. These are strong, strong women. Look at that. That's a nice looking stroke there.
Yeah, she uses a lot of legs. And it's hot now. It's hot and dry. Like at the end of my race, I could barely breathe. Honestly, like the throat was just destroyed.
That's why the creator gave us Athletic Brewing
Yes,
beers.
Athletic Brewing.
And here we go. Annie Myers and CC Moncada bringing up the rear here. In a race of survival, and these guys are going to close out a really great weekend of racing. USA SUP National Championships. Look at that. No lack of effort here right to the very end. And you know the beauty of this is you're getting drone footage of your paddle stroke. This is like, worth the cost of admission for sure.
Yeah, in high definition as well.
It's just a beautiful thing. Here comes Cece.
Let's go, CC!
Cece gets the honor of wrapping up our racing here. Wonderful weekend. We'll have our awards here very quickly following the event, but Cece Moncada closes out an amazing weekend of racing here at USA SUP National Championships in Long Beach, California. All right, everybody, we'll take a little break. Dave, final thoughts on the weekend of racing, most of it which you were able to participate in.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. We couldn't ask for better weather. We had a great crew out here, great turnout, and everyone seemed to have a really good, fun time, and really that's what it's all about, good weather, good fun, and we got some beers, and yeah, nice work. USA SUP, thank you guys for having the time to do this. And
I don't know if we did have the time to do it, but we did it anyways.
Thanks for your contributions and putting it together, man, because this is a style of race that we need. So you guys did a great job, and we appreciate you being here and all the time and efforts you put in. So, yeah, great weekend, man. Congratulations. That was fun.
Appreciate you jumping on the mic and closing it out with us. That was a lot of fun, dude.
Right on.
Hey,
We'll
everybody, thanks for watching, and we'll do the awards ceremony in a little bit. Hey guys, the Mike's Paddle team is going to be slowly closing up shop, but if you are interested in one of their boards, you can see over here under the Mike's Paddle tent, you got Levi, Alex, who else should they be looking for? Yeah, Johanna or Anna is another person. Anna's down there, I believe, in the USA SUP tent, but if you're looking for a board, you know where to come. They'd love to go home lighter than they landed. All right. Hey, folks, let's over here by the Mike's Paddle tent is where the podiums are, and we're going to get going with our medal ceremony. So start gathering around, grab an athletic brew or whatever you want to drink and eat, and head on over to the furthest tent to the east, I believe. Yes, Mike's Paddle tent. In front of us here, you'll have your best view of the awards. Yeah, no shit. Okay, and our first award ceremony that we're going to start with as people begin to gather over here is going to be the Men's Open.
But I'm not going anywhere. Okay. It's okay. We know what your car's looking like now. Just trying to get my calories in. It's like, ooh, not finished. Not getting enough. Yep. Drink all my water. Thank goodness there's more water than the thing. Yeah. Enough sleep on my flight. Oh, what time's your flight? 6 o'clock. Dang. I figure, in fact, I mean, at least Rob was staying another night so I can shower. That's true. That's true. So happy to shower. Is that on?
Yeah.
The mics?
Yeah. Don't say it if you don't want everyone to hear it.
It's good you got all that.
In fact, that beer opening is you're on the live stream. Linda McCoy, number 2.
Water, are you good?
Yeah.
I still have some in my
problem.
I'll be fine till we head back home. Okay. Last time I didn't drink all my water, so I thought, oh, I don't need all my water. Today was longer and hotter. You want a hand? Wow, look at my basket. Oh my god. I think I'm good. Are you sure?
Yeah, with the wired internet, it was.
He's a volunteer. He's got a
Yeah,
big
it was
old hat
only-
on.
Okay, so we need something.
No, he's here. I'm
Okay.
just telling you, like,
Computer is on the
when-
Wi-Fi.
so we can announce it.
Okay. Well, we're just going to do that last. First, middle.
Or let's do it last.
Okay.
I just want people to go super early.
Okay.
Maybe we should do it first. And then tell everybody there's cupcakes and we're gonna cupcakes.
Okay. You want to grab KT? Okay. All right, everyone. I think we maybe get the show going here. I want to summon our medal people, which I presume is going to be some of our volunteers, those who will put the medals around the winner's necks. And I recognize that everyone wants to stay in the shade, so hang where you are. We get it. Well, and I'll ask our illustrious USA SUP board member, Linda, do you know who's going to be our medal passers-outers? Okay, Linda McCoy's going to do it. Well, let's get going. What do you say? All right. Here we go, folks. Men's. Oh, Linda's going to run and get the medals are over there, Linda. No, they're there. Okay, here we go. Men's. We're going to go in the order, by the way, that we ran our finals, just so everyone's aware. Men's 800-meter tech open. Third place, Jake Graham, course designer, Uber volunteer. Jake, you're going the wrong direction. All right, Jake Graham, third place. This is third place. Jake Graham. Second place, Dave Bainey, part-time co-announcer, well-known speed freak. First place, Danny Ching and/or Fake Danny. I don't know if Danny's still here. Yeah, where's Fake Danny? Oh, here we go. Hey, here's Fake Danny. All right. You never know. Danny changed his trunks. Linda, you got to Linda a little off to the side. Yeah, sorry, we're doing the stream. All right, folks. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, hang on, guys, 1 sec. We got a professional photographer. Yeah, wait, back on the podium, guys. Back on the podium. Sorry, I know this is.
Our photographer.
Yeah.
Stand up, sit down, fight.
Yeah. Yep. Burpees, everybody. All right.
Yeah, Danny.
We're gonna get a proper picture. Yeah. Yeah.
We've been on a boat for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, guys, look right here. Yeah, fellas, that's nice.
All right. Thanks, guys. Okay. Open female. Open female. Third place, Kirsten Marina Lefelt. Congratulations. From the Midwest. Second place, local gal, Soren Preston. First place, congratulations, Katniss Paris. None of them are fake. All real.
Congratulations, ladies.
Awesome. Thanks, ladies. Well done. Masters, 50-plus male, 800-meter tech. Third place from the great Pacific Northwest, Ivan Stork. Second place, notable NorCal paddler, Pete Govam. And just by virtue of placement, even more notable, NorCal paddler, David Wells. Congratulations, fellas. It's a cold water podium right there. Okay, thanks, fellas. Next up, Masters, 50-plus female, 800-meter tech. Third place, Susie Dyer. Second place, USA SUP's very own Linda McCoy from Texas. First place, small but mighty Shirley Heineman. All right, thanks, ladies. Congratulations. On to Golden Masters, 60-plus male, 800-meter tech. In third place, the legendary but also golden Bruce Berry. Second place, Sean Sullivan. And with a truly impressive performance, Carl Eugster, first place, our champion, Midwest man.
Love the short representation.
Awesome.
The first place people, short representation. Let's go.
Love it.
Yeah.
One more, right?
Well, all right, congrats, fellas. Golden Masters, 60-plus female, 800-meter tech race. Winners are third place, Kathy McCrae. Midwest representation. Our very own USA SUP president, Kristen Thomas. And winner, Missile of the North, Jen Fuller. All right. Kristen, you're requested to stay on the podium. Kristen Thomas, remain on the podium, please. No, Kristen, get back up on the podium. You're commanded. Yeah, the race committee has deemed you. There's been a lot of effort put into this, by a team of folks, but certainly no one more, maybe some equal, but no one more than our own Kristen Thomas, and we've talked about it a little bit before, but it is her birthday today. She has given so much to this organization and so much to this event. We are here in major part because of her efforts. It's happy birthday to Kristen. She's got something. All right. What could it be? All right. For those who want, there are cupcakes over here as well. But let's all, I'm just going to say the first word. You're going to sing along. You do not want me to leave this out. So ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kristen. Happy birthday to you. Fitting close to the event, friends. Fitting close. Hey, everybody, on a day like today, it feels like all of our birthdays, so go enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you so much to our volunteers and our sponsors for making all of this possible. Look forward to doing it next year. Hey, Kristen, do you want to announce? Kristen, do you want to make an announcement? This is it. We're about to jump off the mic here. This is it. Have a seat. There's the mic. Kristen's going to tell us about next year.
So this year was amazing. I think we're all super stoked about how it turned out, but it really was a lot of work to start from scratch. And we have been talking the whole time we started this about connecting races and all the great races around the country. We also, from the beginning, planned to move this to a different region every year.
Yep.
So for next year, we will be in the, any guesses, the region? Southeast, that's the first hint. Now, we are going to be partnering with a race. It is going to be the weekend after Labor Day, so it's a different time of year. We're partnering with
Mr. Batson.
Mr. John Batson. Anybody know? South Carolina. It's in Hilton Head, and it's called the Olakai Low Country Boil, where the USA National Championships will be next year.
Yeah.
Yay!
It's a
And
great,
thank you, John
long-standing
Batson and
race.
team.
Yeah, amazing race for those of you who haven't heard about it. Incredibly well organized, just like this one was. So we'll see you in South Carolina next year, everybody. Great weekend.
What about the overall weekend championships?
Do we have? Hey, Grant, do we have an overall weekend champion? Nope.
You guys advertise it on the website.
We'll work it out.
All right.
Thank you for your announcement.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. Thanks. That'll wrap our live stream, everyone. Thanks a bunch for tuning in. Appreciate everyone who's out there commenting and liking and thanking. We'll see you online.